We are creating the world we're now living in. We are competing in. We are repeating in. We are believing in. It's time for us to shift our mind from best in the world to best for the world. Make decisions intentional, to take decisions intentional, making decisions intentional. Make decisions intentional, to take decisions intentional, making decisions intentional. It creates a new world to mind a shift, intentionality, perceptuality, conceptuality. We are choosing to shift our mind to best for the world, best for our world. Make decisions intentional, to take decisions intentional, making decisions intentional. Make decisions intentional, to take decisions intentional, making decisions intentional.
Hallå, hej allihopa. Michael Cillian here. Welcome. I will do the night shift here for the Captain Choo 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 for the Best for the World. And today I have with me Christopher live from his fantastic car. We did a live stream earlier, fantastic live stream. We had a full fan audience here watching him talk to himself and laugh to himself in the car. So, hey, how are things?
Steadily on the road.
Yeah.
What
Still
about
driving,
you?
Yeah. You got a cap now, I see.
Yeah, it's getting cold here. I put on some really cold air in the car to keep me awake.
Yeah, and I put on my navigator glasses as well so I can see further.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah. So tell we will go first to you, Christopher. Who are Christopher? Who are
Say
you?
again?
Who are you, Christopher?
I am the driver of this vehicle.
Yeah, the driver, the lone driver. You gave us a very deep insight into what it is to drive alone in a car like this in the night, and also like the force that bubbles up for you.
I think I'm also observing the driver. I'm like several people at once. I'm the driver and I'm the one who's observing the driver. And talking to you now about this makes the observer come alive.
Yeah. You are the observer that observes the driver, observing yourself. Yeah. What is that called when you come into a mode when you can start observing yourself?
Self-observation.
Self-observation. Very very straightforward definition of that. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I guess also that business has been a journey of myself as well. When you come to that realization, I remember the first time I wrote a journal as a young. I was 13 years old when I first started being aware of my own thoughts. That I remember exactly writing that down in my journal. So that was a moment for me, coming online in your own thoughts. And then of course, now that I am way longer in on that journey, it's very fascinating to have a observation of yourself and also a conversation with yourself, not just inside your head, but actually speaking out loud in the mirror or you doing things. And that's a thing. That's a silly exercise. It feels silly at the time, but the more you do it, the more profound it becomes.
Can you tell us a little bit more about that experience? What happens when you do it more?
When you do it more, you start developing different. I put different silly names on my different personalities that I put forward when I do this. I say Mikey Boy is one of my. Mikey Boy wants to do that, and Lord Celion is another, and Captain Future is another who wants to do that, and I have a dialogue of what to do next. And of course, the most silly one always wins. So, so it's a silliness competition. Yeah.
Sounds like good fun.
Yeah, and I really liked your monologue as well. We started doing this 2 years ago, and I took the night shift also. Stellan and everyone went to bed and said I can do this all night. And I started out having guests like you, but then all the guests disappeared, so I just went down for 3 to 4 hours extra and just had that silly monologue with myself, starting talking to everything, my experience, my journey, everything. So if you're with me this night, that something similar will come up like this. I have no script, so I have no idea what I'm going to talk to. I have my notebooks and I have some books here and some artifacts and things like that will inspire me to talk. So that's what I'm up for tonight. And let's see how long you will stay with me. How long do you have for your drive left?
I think I have about 1 hour.
1 hour, yeah. So you feel free to stay with me as long as you want, or shy away when the conversation gets too silly. But
cool.
I especially want to come back to you. You did a fantastic Yoda impression during your talk. I don't know if you watched it, but there's back when there was a silly in the early days of the internet, there was a silly documentary called Thumb Wars, a silly spoof on Star Wars, and there was a puppet version of Yoda in a thumb like this, and he said a line that always stuck with me: "I am a puppet. From beneath the floor, a man does control me." That's my Yoda.
All right.
Yeah. And of course, you went into the Matrix as well. A favorite subject. We did. Me and Christopher, we have talked some before. We just actually met in person this Wednesday, 2 days ago. So but we have met online before that. And you're a big Matrix fan, and I'm a big Matrix fan. I can tell from your talk about that as well. And that the Matrix has been my main driver in my journey, I guess. That and Ghost in the Shell. The phrase "know thyself" is something that I didn't even realize when I saw Matrix what it really meant. But I know more about it today, and I'm looking forward to a future where I know even more about what "know thyself" really mean.
So what do you think of the new Matrix movie?
Oh, should we go there? I think that it has some fantastic meta moments in the first half an hour, where when the relationship inside the Matrix formed between Neo and Trinity. But so that part there before everything goes haywire, and the silly action and everything, they lose the touch of what it's supposed to be. They had as opportunity to make another modern classic, but they didn't take it, I guess. They made something in between. I love Cloud Atlas. Is actually a super favorite of mine as well. I love so much about Cloud Atlas, and I love some part of Sense8. And if you have taken the best part of Cloud Atlas, Sense8, and the Matrix, and morphed that into Matrix 4, my mind would have been blown. But I don't think they went anywhere near close it. I know they have the Wachowski who made this had the capacity to do this, but they choose not to, I guess.
Yeah, Sense8 had some good twists to it. Yeah. I mean, some of it was a bit sensational to my taste, but I really like how it was filmed, how the different characters were changing places with each other.
All that was fantastic, and how they spun that into problem solving and things like that. There was some really good mind-bending things there about telling us about ourselves. What if we were this species who could share thoughts and morph into our others' lives to help each other, or what does that mean in practice today's society? Even if we don't have that metaphysic ability. What does it actually mean to help each other in this way with our normal human abilities that we have today? Because we're not even close to doing that today in a true collaborative society, instead of the individual Western society we have today here. That it's all about me, me, me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yes. So that there is something we can build upon there. And also, like, I like I don't know if you're familiar with Cloud Atlas.
Yeah, I saw it. I didn't really like it that much, to be honest. I mean, it was kind of cool, but it didn't really struck a chord with me.
Okay,
what did you like about it?
I like the message that everything we do spins outward. It's like also the movie Paid It Forward. Every action we do has repercussions, and they can be good and bad. But the more good we try to do, the more good that we will probably be in society and things like that. And we are connected. We are interconnected as a human species. We are not individuals. My actions or non-actions has consequences, I guess.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's a good good perspective on. I mean, it's really like connects to the Buddha's advice on how to live your life, to do good and avoid doing bad. Keep cleansing your mind.
Yeah. I have the full quote here, so I'm going to read it, because that's what I like to do.
Cool.
The nature of our immortal lives is in the consequences of our words and deeds that go on and are pushing themselves through all time. Our lives are not our own. From womb to tomb, we are bound to others, past and present, and by each crime and every kindness, we birth our future.
Yeah, that's words of wisdom.
Yeah.
Where was that quote from?
That's Somni, the robot or android. She says that that's her talk that then becomes the message towards the future and the religion that the future tribe has based their living on. So, Somni 451, yeah. And she also says this: to be is to be perceived, and so to know thyself is only possible through the eyes of the other. The nature of our immortal lives is in the consequences of our words and deeds that go on and push themselves throughout all time. That's also another part when she says that line that overlaps with the last one. So it's the same part of that one.
Yeah, I mean that's it's a little bit the same concept as the Ubuntu concept, that we come into being in a collective, or like together with other people. Do you think that is necessarily true?
The way I see it is, society is only possible through collaboration. We are a species that can have created a global ecosystem of value trade all over the world, and knowledge trade and science and art and culture and history. And that's possible because we are humans with all our human capacities. And in that essence, everything we do affects one another, all other people around us. And in essence, every small actions sums up. So my definition of tomorrow is the sum of all our collective actions. That's the shape, and that leads into what it is to, like Stellan here, who has the book Decisions. What's this called in English? Medvetna val.
Conscious decisions.
Conscious decisions, yeah. So that comes back to making choices. we don't know what our choices, what actions that will bring forth, but we know that we can make choices. And the way I understand it, many people who talk that we have no free will don't really understand what it is to make choices. My definition of free will is to make conscious choices, and I think we certainly do. That's my complete experience of being myself, and also that a lot of experimentation I actually been doing to making a lot of decisions in a short time and actually see them play out. I play a lot of board games, modern board games, where you make a lot of decisions, action planning and things like that. And to be in it, I can go into a flow state and a meditative state during a game like that and actually observe my choices having consequences that play out in this board game. And I think that this is a simulation of free will as well. So that's something I think a lot about. I try to talk to my board game friends about this, but no one seems to be on the same boat with me there and just see it as a game. But that's how I see some of the games I play like this as well. So it's a simulation of free will.
Interesting. I didn't think about board games like that. It's do you have any particular game where that has become more clear?
Yeah, one of my favorite games in this, two of them is one called Endeavor, Age of Sail, and another one is called Concordia. Both action, a lot of action selection game where every action I make has multi-layered interaction with everyone else's actions as well.
I don't think I played either of those games. I recognize them, but what does this mean? That every action has multi consequences, multi-layered consequences?
Yeah, I make an action that affects every action every person are about to make, and also past action that they did before that. Let's see.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Both backwards and forwards in time.
Yeah, very interesting. We have another person, James. Hello, James.
Hey, Captain Future.
Yeah. We're having a deep conversation about free will, the Matrix, and Cloud Atlas and things like that right now. So, but welcome to the Captain Future show or Best for the World show that we're doing this live with. We're live on YouTube, so there's a link somewhere I can share somewhere somehow. But
hey, everybody.
Yeah, how are you doing, James? Please introduce yourself. Who are James?
Christopher, are you driving?
Yeah.
Yep.
Christopher, why are you driving and on a Zoom call? That makes me uncomfortable. It makes me uncomfortable for you.
Oh, I'm driving to get home. So I'm keeping most of my attention on the road with my eyes, but mentally the driving doesn't require so much. So my eyes are on the road and my mind is in the conversation.
Okay. Well, too bad. I guess if you're driving an autonomous car, that it would be a different story.
It would be a different story, but
I didn't mean to interrupt your convetion. You please continue with whatever you guys were talking about. I just
we were talking about how to make conscious choices and how that affects everyone around us. And I'm a strong believer that we humans have free will and we express us to making choices. And I've been observing myself making a large amount of choices in a short time period during playing modern board games where there's a lot of choices, and see how that affect both the past and the future moves of myself and all my fellow players in that game as well. So that's what I meditate on sometimes when I play board games, and it's super fascinating to see to call this like a free will simulation and see how that spans out. And I can truly feel that I have autonomy as an agent and making true choices. I have free will during this thing. That's what we talked about, and we talked about Matrix and Know Thyself before as well. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
And where are you, James? Where are you in the world?
Currently, I don't see it, but I'm in sunny California. So I'm in Palo Alto, near to Stanford University, and it's a lovely day. It's probably like, I don't know, 75 degrees Fahrenheit, and just a lovely day. So it's a Friday, which is always nice too. Even though running a startup. We never know what day of the week it is. We don't really operate in that way. So, but nonetheless, that's where I am. I'm in California.
Yeah, we're past midnight here in Sweden. And we see your slogan on the wall: Regen Villages, the Tesla of Eco Villages.
That is absolutely true. I stole that moniker from, at least the Tesla part, from Elon Musk. Waiting for him to come after me personally with his train loads of cash. But it's a nice hope anyway, dream, fantasy, I don't know what you want to call it. Yeah, so we're fighting the good fight. It's a crazy world that makes no sense, and all logic continues to fly out the window. But at the same time, I don't know if you saw today, Michael, I posted on Facebook about Kevin Kelly, who is this wonderful technologist and original founder of Wired magazine. I posted a TED Talk about being an optimist and how the rich historical background of optimists, planting the right seeds at the right time, and maybe it's 50 years or 100 years later that society as a whole benefits from those things. But just a very interesting talk about the reason to be optimistic. So I wholeheartedly subscribe to that philosophy.
Yeah, me too. Fantastic. And me and James, we know each other. We met many times, both in the US and in Europe. So we go. I first met you at
cool. And what kind of places?
Yeah, I first met you at Fort Mason 2016 when I went there for the first time, and I did a short 5-minute interview with you by the sea there. A fantastic setting.
Exactly. Fort Mason's beautiful.
Yeah.
San Francisco for the SoCap.
SoCap. Yeah.
Where money meets meaning, or meaning meets money, or whatever the backroom activities that happen there.
Behind the scenes.
Behind the scenes that don't relate to the rest of us, of the world. Yeah. Sorry, I don't mean to be pessimistic when I should be optimistic, but
yeah, but it's okay. We're full of silliness and humor and cynical way of looking at the world. Both me and Christopher. So you're in the right company here.
So Christopher, you're also in Sweden.
Yeah. I'm also in South Sweden. We're not very far apart, geographically speaking, me and Michael.
Where are you, Malmo?
Well, right now I'm sort of in the countryside in Scania, the southernmost state.
James has been there, so you know Skåne. So
I've been about 37 times since.
Wow,
38 times.
That's a lot.
It's a lot. So yeah, I love it there.
I live in Lund.
I know it well. I know and love it well. Yes.
Lund, a lot of startups in Lund. It's kind of, I mean, I used to live in San Francisco for a while, and I found that San Francisco and Lund have some things in common. I like both places. Both places are kind of open and startups and sort of ideas flourishing.
Lund is a very nice place, but I think Eslöv is my favorite.
Oh, really?
Yes, because
of the countryside and the nature.
Yes, because it's close to Lund, it's close to Malmo, and of course to the train to then Copenhagen and fast train eventually up to Stockholm. But I'm a countryside person. Everything we're doing with our program is just life outside of city, modern eco village context. That's the thought process.
So what is this Regen Village? Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
I'm glad you asked.
I'm glad you asked. Please tell us, James.
Regen Villages is a Stanford University spin-off company that I founded back in 2016 as a European holding company. We're actually a Dutch EU entity. But the concept behind Regen Villages is to take the eco village to the next generation, to bring a power of software in terms of machine learning, in terms of design for these communities, and then operation of these communities, that we can actually create the circumstances where new neighborhoods are built and where people are living in access and agency with their food, their water, their energy, their waste to resource management. They're living in beautiful, dignified homes that are energy positive, passive home typologies. But the whole point really is self-reliance, that these communities in the aggregate can produce more than they need, which then makes them really good neighbors to the surrounding communities, because then they are overproducing high yield organic food, clean water, clean energy, waste to resource management. But that then reduces burdens on governments, and it also creates a new way forward, really, for the way we used to live on Earth, which really was about local, regional resiliency, right? Where you're not depending on the container ships coming in from Asia, or the flights landing, to CPH or Stockholm, or, in other words, that you're creating state resiliency in Sweden around these hyper local and regional hubs of supply chain.
Right.
That's really interesting, and that's our thesis. That's been our thesis since we founded in 2016, but it's been part of the research that I started in 2010, and my case study research, which actually started in the early to mid 90s on this topic of just neighborhoods that make sense. If you go to any eco village, it's a very calm, beautiful place to be, where you see where your food is coming from, and you interact with your neighbors. And so I wanted to sort of take a Silicon Valley and high tech and modern approach to seeing how these communities could get unfolded more rapidly at scale around the world. So that's what Regen Villages is about. And we've had some amazing press coverage. We've got wonderful people on the ground, even in Sweden. Mats Eliasson, who's based in Malmo, and we've got land opportunities we've been looking at all across Sweden and Norway and Denmark, and a little bit in Finland too, not to leave the Finns out of it, of course. Hate to leave the Finns out of things. But I've learned so much from Scandinavia, from logical infrastructure that's purely for community benefit, and also, of course, the design aesthetic and all of the thinking that I mean, I'm not saying that Scandinavia is perfect. There's no such thing. Every place has their issues and
we
problems.
certainly do.
Yeah, I mean, you even had a school shooting I saw last week in Malmo, for crying out loud. What the heck is going on there? Stop trying to be like us Americans, will you?
No. We have to stop that.
Not good stuff. So that's what we're doing, and I'm infinitely optimistic and hopeful that we will realize this program going forward and be able to make a real difference in how people live and improving lives. I think that's a good mission to be on, personally.
Cool. I like the concept, and interesting to hear about it. And I can hear that a lot of thought has gone into it. And how far are you ahead with the prototyping?
Well, we've done a lot of prototyping over the years in terms of the initial research at Stanford, which was on what's called the Solar Decathlon competition, which is a on the built environment, resiliency in the built environment, who can build the most energy positive home. And my background was coming to this was with the research on the neighborhood scale regenerative infrastructure. And that's when I went to the professors and I said, look, it occurs to me that a smart house inside of a dumb neighborhood doesn't make much sense. And fortunately, I was with the right professors at the right time who said, that sounds like a really interesting design thesis and research project. So we support this idea. So we continued to doing prototyping off campus, where I was working on circular systems of food and animal waste and digestive vermiculture and permaculture and farming, and also the relationship to data and sensors for smart farming and things like this. And then we've been building out what's called our Village OS, which is a village operating system. And that's something that's continuing to develop really nicely, and we're moving forward and making a lot of progress on that, which is how, again, we can use machine learning to both design and then operate these really beautiful neighborhoods around the world in different climate zones. So we're making a lot of progress on that, and it's really about, to be honest, it's not about science, technology, or physics anymore. Okay? It's not a holodeck, right? It's really about two things. It's about money and political will. And to be honest, it's more about the political will than the money, because the money is there. We know the pension funds and sovereign wealth and institutional funds already who are willing to underwrite the full development of several hundred home communities. But how can you do that if the laws on the books, like for instance in Sweden, it could take 10 or 15 years or more to get the planning conditions for a 300-400 home neighborhood? Even that it's demonstrating all of the positive,
it's
green
crazy
aspects.
Yeah.
So the rules on the books have to get changed. I like to say that they were put there 100 plus years ago by old white guys with long beards and top hats.
Exactly, like the gun laws in the US.
Like everything, there's an industry that corners the market and has the money to lobby and continue to corner that market, and there's a deeper thing going on here. And I don't mean to put a tinfoil hat on, although it fits nicely on my head. But
I have to have my tinfoil.
Yeah, where's your tin hat? There's your tin hat. There it is.
I have this
Perfect.
hat in tonight.
That's fine. I don't even have a hat next to me. Anyway, there are a lot of powers that be that don't really want humanity to be independent from their systems and their services, whether it's power grids or water systems or sewer systems or district heating, as you have common in Scandinavia. Big ag, of course, is not excited about people growing their own food and having sustenance. Big pharma,
Why not?
Big pharma can't find a good reason probably to get behind this either, because, gosh, people are going to live long, healthy lives and don't need their products. There's a lot of big industries, in other words, that may be threatened by this catching on. So, yeah, I mean.
But I guess then that's why. Sorry to interrupt, but now I'm just thinking that's why comparing to Tesla makes sense, because obviously Tesla electric cars could be seen as a challenge to old style gasoline cars. But on the other hand, I mean, things are changing. The future is changing. I think especially in these last 2 years, change has become so rapid that things that were inconceivable before are all of a sudden like, yes, of course, things will change. And so I am quite optimistic about opportunities to realize things on a much grander scale than, or maybe not the bigness of the scale, but like things can be realized in a different way now. I believe that.
Yeah, I believe it too. Look, every day I look around, the world, and I see that it's not an engineering challenge. We see big buildings getting built. We see all kinds of infrastructure going up. There's now mass timber high rise buildings. I think the current state of the art is like 33 or 35 floors, all made of mass timber and cross laminated timber, including the stairways, which are made out of wood. Yeah, and
Cool.
and they're beautiful buildings, better than traditional built material. So I see that what's possible. We know what's possible that can happen right now, and all the pieces that we need to put together are all there in terms of energy generation and food production, and water purification and on all these things. Like I said, it's not rocket science. It's all there. It just needs to be built and integrated, and people can see that it works. And then the real estate developers get some religion on this topic, because they realize that people want this. They're going to start demanding it, just like people have gone to Tesla and other electric vehicles. And now you see all the big automotive companies basically almost getting to the point where they're not going to be producing, combustion engines anymore. So
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, a lot of new electric vehicles coming out now.
So I know we'll get there. I have to believe that, because that's how I get out of bed each morning, with that mantra.
Yeah, the same for me, James. Like, I have to believe what I do. That's how I get out of bed. And I actually stopped believing for a while, and that was not good.
No, well,
but now I'm back to believing, at least.
I go through these sine waves depending upon how things are going, where it's a bit like Homer Simpson. He's got a lottery ticket, and he looks at the number and he goes, dope, dope, dope. And he's got the one that goes, woohoo, and he goes, dope. And the bottom line is, is that it's that little moment of hope that carries us through. So I'm working hard. We've got a good team of people. There's a lot of passionate people behind this. Also a shout out to Elizabeth Johnson. I forgot her mention. She's in Lund as well. She's been really supportive of Regen Villages. And look, Sweden has great universities and talented people and a great culture. I know we can build it there, and I know the moment we announce, it will be a long waiting list. People will want to be there. So, especially that area in Skåne, because it's very rich farmland, and if we can set the model where we can rezone, right, for a mixed use on a traditional farm, put a few hundred beautiful, energy positive, residences, but not compromise the productive value of that organic farm, then that's a really beautiful story to tell. And of course we can look at other places we've been looking at near Stockholm, and gosh, I've been all over Sweden. I've been from Malmo to Luleå and Umeå, and I mean I've been all over, north, south, east, and west.
Yeah.
So I mean, that sounds great. I'd love that to happen here in Skåne, actually. So what would you need to? I mean, what would need to fall into place for this to become a reality?
A few key things from our perspective, like in Skåne, to get a regional approval for this kind of opportunity zone development, right? Because of the fact that we would be building on otherwise agricultural land, which is a huge, taboo for Skåne. So getting the regional government in Skåne to agree, getting a local government to be supportive and ambitious, to have fast track planning conditions, in working with Skåne, and once you have that, you have a good landowner, you've got a good, attractive, viable piece of land, then the money is there to get it developed. That's not the issue, and the partners are there. Really good partners are there. There's Kano and Skanska, and there's all kinds of great big players who would love to be involved. In Sweden, we also have, I have to mention it because it's true, we have a working collaboration with white architects. And they've got a lot of really good, passionate people in their sustainability group. So it's been a really amazing journey for me. I just want to say, I wake up in the morning and I can have calls with people from the Nordics, from other parts of continental Europe, with Southern Europe. In the afternoon, I have calls with folks in in Australia, New Zealand. In the evening, with folks in India, and it feels really wonderful to have global interest in what we're doing. We just need the right, I don't want to say oligarch because it's a bad word these days, but the right, maverick, let me put it that way, wealthy person who could come along and say, gosh, I love this. How can I help? And here's my checkbook. Let's roll up our sleeves. Let's do this. Because it really is, we've got the team, we've got the partners, we've got the beautiful pipeline of land opportunities all across the world. And
you have us people who share your narrative everywhere we can. Yeah.
And I appreciate it. I really do, Michael. I really do. I do. I'm, what can I say? It's just, it's finding, I keep feeling like we're synaptically close. We just need that one spark that bridges that
overnight success.
Yeah, a decade later, exactly.
Exactly.
Exactly. So, and that's it. And the most amazing thing about what we're talking about is not even that you just get these pilot communities built, but what these places will look like 5, 10, 15, 20 plus years later. Can you imagine the blossoming and the fruiting in the long grow seasons, and how much sustenance and abundant goodwill it creates, that nature is there to support us. The happy, healthy babies crawling around, meeting, the elderly with their walkers, and you get those beautiful casual collisions of laughter and of meaning and of depth that you don't get from a suburb. It's bad for me when I'm in Europe and I see, whether it's in Denmark or Sweden or Norway, and I see traditional neighborhood, suburban American neighborhood with the driveways and the garages and everybody is separate.
Yeah,
from
all the individuals.
Yeah, and it's really not. It's not a quality of life. Okay, so again, there's no utopia. There's no kumbaya where everybody is like guaranteed to get along with each other and love each other. That's not really possible unless you're all on the same drugs. Maybe.
Maybe, and for a little while. But
just kidding, and maybe
then again, then maybe that is not even necessary.
No, I know. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I know. I just think it's great to hear. It's really it connects closely to something else we've been talking about, Michael, doesn't it?
Yeah. Exactly.
future village.
The future
idea.
village. We will do an exercise tomorrow, a collective sense making, a mini making exercise tomorrow night about the future village. So if you're free on a Saturday afternoon for you, it's 2 p.m. San Francisco time. So.
It's possible. Yeah, it's possible. I have to check and see just the usual family stuff on the weekend.
Yeah, of course.
But happy to come on and do a little brief presentation of who we are and what we're doing.
This will be a collective exercise. We will do an exercise that we call the glass pit game. So this is a breakout rooms and not streamed like this. So this is a different kind of exercise tomorrow.
Sure.
Yeah? So we call it the wisdom gym around what is a future village, and your insights and your perspective will give rise to others' perspective as well. So.
Sure. I listen. I tell anybody who will listen what we're trying to do. So that's my that's my MO. But okay, well, I'm going to go and get my dinner ready here.
Yeah.
Since that time, I'm the evening chef in the kitchen. So, and appreciate the conversation, and Christopher, Michael can share my contact information with you. So,
yeah, that'd be great, James.
I'll connect you.
Lovely connecting to you and listening, and enjoy the rest of your day in Palo Alto.
Yeah, drive safe. And if anybody's listening through YouTube, you can visit us at regenvillages.com.
Yeah, I'll get links to anyone who's interested. So thanks, James, for showing up.
Okay, see you.
Great to see you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah, James is a fantastic guy. I've been meeting up with him everywhere as soon as I can, and just hanging with him, having a coffee or a beer or something like that as well. So. We need more people. We need more people like that. Good agents in a free will world who can actually make these conscious choices and show up every day to make the world a better place.
I think there are more and more people like that all the time. One of the changes that has happened in the last maybe 20 years, and maybe they're just more visible, or maybe people are just stepping up more. But I can definitely see that things are changing, and quite fast now.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, just take one thing like permaculture. It's becoming more and more mainstream, and also electric vehicles. I mean, even if that's just one small part, and maybe that's not completely environmental friendly at the moment with the battery technology, but still, it's like going in a good direction, and more things are happening like that.
Yeah, the conscious will about making things like that, and there's learning to be made in every step on the way, and that's the important part as well. The learning, that's something I've been super fascinated by. Well, as we started doing everything me and Bertola Bergstrand had done together around this, we've been calling learning journeys eventually, and also the Learning Society is the project name we have for much of what we do to. That also together with Trondheim and Christian Møyen there, but the learning is the part, and so my meditation and muning on our future navigation model is the learning part. So that's something I'm super interested in. Maybe I will talk about that later tonight, and if I feel like it, so something like that.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah. Of course, that's the unique part of humans. We have this immense capability to learn that nothing else in the universe that we know of have in a short period of time like this is. So, yeah. Yeah.
So who is Captain Future?
Who is Captain Future? Captain Future is several things. So it's a foremost. It's I have after constructed this, of course. But before I became Captain Future, I was super fascinated by the video by Jason Silva, who does short inspirational videos online. And one of them, he talked about Buckminster Fuller and his mission. I knew of Bucky before this, but he said, the quote from Bucky is, "We are the crew members of Spaceship Earth." I will read a whole quote soon, but in this video, Jason Silva said, "We are the captains of Spaceship Earth." And I was a big fan of both Bucky and Jason before this, but it all came to be I want to be a captain, I said, or something like that. And then at the same time, we took the Otto Scharmer's ULab online MOOC for Theory U that was hosted out of MIT online course, together with around maybe, I think 100,000 people signed out for the second round, the autumn of 2015 or something like that. And in that you did a workshop called, I forgot the name now, but you did a workshop where one of the person in a study group had to put forth a challenge. And I asked the question to my group, who am I? Who should I become? And 1 hour and 20 minutes later, we came up, you are Captain Future. You should become Captain Future. And that's how the title and the identity was born. I was already on this journey of becoming this. And since then, I've been spending my time also of the journeys of becoming Captain Future. It's a progressive journey of becoming more Captain Future all the way. But it's... some people can use a title as a funny gimmick or something like that, but I want to be the opposite of a funny gimmick. I wanted to truly embody it. What is this? What is it to be a captain of Spaceship Earth? And in that crew as a crew member of Spaceship Earth, be one of the captains to around the clock talks things and breathe future. So it's not just a silly gimmick and something I play, but this is something I want to incorporate into my essence, to know myself. So that comes back to the Matrix and the thing we talked about earlier. My true identity, to know myself, is that to be Captain Future and to discover and find yourself. There's this myth about you discover or find your passion, but the more I research about it, that's not the actual thing. Finding your passion is more like an interactive journey of you doing something, finding out you more like it more, becoming better at it, becoming more you. So the more I spend becoming Captain Future, the more I become Captain Future. So this interactive learning loop of me becoming Captain Future. That's who Captain Future is. But in essence, it's many things. It's also about all my experiences, all my skills, and all everything I do and know that comes together, and all the people and all the networks I'm active with talking about this as well. But for the main part, I'm supposed to be an inspiration for all people, perhaps mostly young people, but all people who want to build a better world, to see that you can actually full time become a crew member of Spaceship Earth and use silly names, silly titles, playfulness. Playfulness is key. Curiosity is key. Constant learning of myself and the world is key. So all these things are key of me becoming Captain Future. Am I making sense?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah,
it's great.
Yeah.
But why is it? Why future? Why not Captain Now or Captain Here? I mean, why is it focused on the future?
There's all possibility to take any kind of role, but for me, the future, I have so much relationship with the future. A big fan of science fiction and time traveling movies and stories and things like that. And for me, I love the quote. I don't see if we can see it here in camera. I have one of my favorite quotes. Can you see what it says? You're driving, so you shouldn't look, but it says...
I am driving. I saw it said future navigators.
That's a David Bowie quote that says, the future belongs to those who can hear it coming. And there is, of course, a lot of depth in that. But my interpretation is, if there is a future for the human race, we have to learn to listen, and listen is part of learning. So if we want to go to the future together, where there is a human race in in a million years, if we are still around, we have evolved or changed somehow. But if our children's children are around in 1 million years, 100,000 years, 1,000 years, 100 years, they started to listen and learn today. That's what we're doing. To get there, we have to learn, and we have to avoid all the catastrophic negative feedback loop that they are put into the biosphere now. That could be the end of modern society. Maybe some humans will survive some way somewhere in nature, and the biosphere will certainly be here, but not in the state we want it to be. So that's the thing. Like, we want to have a civilization where we preserve oral culture and learn new culture. Like, but we also want to live, like James says, we have to have we are a part of the biosphere, so we have to have that positive feedback relationship with the biosphere, where we don't pollute, poison, or destroy the biosphere.
All right, I got it.
Yeah. So I can talk I can probably talk of this all night, and I probably will as well, because this conversation is about the future. But there's some other quotes that, like William Gibson's "The future is already here, it's just unevenly distributed." But there's so many definitions about the future, because it's such a big word. But in essence, human beings have the ability to simulate futures inside their mind, and then make choices on those future. And then, like in most mammals can do this. They can see a path ahead of them, and they can see there's a log they have to jump over, and they simulate in their mind themselves jumping over that log and making that choice. Like, in essence, in the now, they jump over the log because they can see it in front of them using their senses. But we can take that much step further. We can simulate, think years in the future, and we can think in extremely complex strategic scenarios where we do this and this happens, and we can build monuments that take 20 years to build, because we can visionate this into the future. So long past the now, and that is the future. This is mental simulation that we humans are capable of. The future will never happen. We always live in the present, but we can always keep several mental simulations inside our head. And then when science fiction came along, and first in writing, and then in movies and TV series, where we can actually use special effects to visualize things that doesn't exist. This became on a whole new level, and that's why so many people, when they say the future, they're thinking science fiction, and they think technology, they think space travel, they think computers. I think it's about tech and science when you say future. Many people, when you say future, they have a mental connection and think tech and science, but the future is itself is the essence of being a human, that we can simulate. We can even simulate. If I say something bad to you, you will be sad. I can simulate that inside my head and realize that. When I say something good to you, you can be happy. If I go into the trouble of crafting a beautiful birthday gift to you, I know you will be happy receiving that. That's part of me simulating a future where you receive that gift. So I can put in hundreds of hours in a beautiful gift, because I can simulate the experience of you being happy receiving that from me, and things like that. That's also part of the future.
Interesting.
And there's more, of course. There's so much more to the future, but it's a beautiful concept, and something I want to explore. I want to dedicate my life to exploring all things future like this.
Sounds good.
Yeah. What's the future to you?
The future to me is that I'm almost at my destination.
Yeah. You will in the future you will arrive at your destination.
I certainly hope so.
Yeah. And destination is such a beautiful word as well. It includes destiny. It includes the journey, and so much more.
Destination. It also includes nation.
Yeah.
For some reason.
For some reason.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so yeah, I'm actually almost there. So I'm gonna sign off in a minute.
Yeah.
But yeah, it gave me some food for thought. This what you talked about the future, because it's the way I've thought about it in the past has been to prepare for the future, to plan for the future, create for the future. And I think you added some extra perspectives on that, while still maintaining the anchoring in the present moment.
Yeah.
I think that's probably why I find the concept of the future a little bit challenging, because it can be like a dissociation from the present. And if that happens, then I don't think it's healthy. But if we're still rooted in the present, and then
tell me about it. I've been there in the future. No, we're not in the present at all.
Oh yeah.
But eventually, you have to come back to the present.
Yeah. I mean, in the mind, sure, the mind can travel, but
the body is here. The body is right here, right now.
It is.
In your case, inside a car. In my case, in a chair, talking to you.
Yes. I think that's a good ending note for my part. So I'm gonna leave you now, and I wish you an interesting night.
Yeah.
Captain Future.
Captain Future. Happy future, like Leif Edvinsson says. He also says that when he meet people. Happy future.
All right. Happy future.
Yeah. See you.
See you.
So, goodbye.
Bye.
And that just leaves me. I'm alone on the screen right now, so I can see myself on the screen there, and in the camera there. I have a YouTube screen there, so I can see. That's actually in the past. YouTube is in the past for me. I can still see Christopher there. But I will continue talking about the future here tonight. And if you're with me on the live stream, you can watch me see this. If you're watching afterwards, please do reach out to me, and we can do this again in the future. That's your future, my present. So when you see this in the future, you can then, after that, do this together with me in our future, because then that will be in both our futures. Am I making sense? I have actually called out some more people on Messenger. Most people are not awake in Sweden, or too tired, and some people like Rehan really want to join, but he's in Pakistan, so it's plus 3 hours from me. And some people are in California. Fyodor, we should join, but he got the flu and things like that, and other people. But I will continue this journey into the future with you alone for now, and see who shows up. I will have a short bio break in maybe 10-15 minutes, but for now I will continue this. And the future, Captain Future. How do you become a Captain Future? Like me, my journey started when I was born. No, I've been all the seeds for my journey has been along there my whole life. I was super fascinated by science fiction when I was young. Then when I was 18, I came in contact with Star Trek: The Next Generation. That really blew my mind. I came in contact with Ghost in a Shell in 1995. That really blew my mind as well. I came in contact with The Matrix in 1999 and things like that. I started talking. Ghost in a Shell was even more profound for me eventually nowadays, and even then back then. But Matrix was the more emotional impact, of course, with the fantastic movie that really changed my mind. I saw it 4 times in the movies. I changed my hair to my spikes going up on the side. I don't have them now, but I have them like this. And I've had that haircut since 1999, so it's 23 years. And that's my residual self-image. The Matrix made myself come alive as my residual self-image. And in Matrix, it says residual self-image is a digital projection of your mental self into the Matrix. And if you believe that we live inside the Matrix, you can choose to show up every day as your residual self-image. You can choose your appearance, you can choose how you look, you can choose what you call yourself, but most importantly, you can choose your own thoughts inside your head. You can think and choose who you are to yourself. And that's part of the process I actually talk about both in Ghost in the Shell and the Matrix. The ancient quote from Plato, I think it is, know thyself. And I can talk more about that. So knowing yourself is an incursion learning journey of getting to know yourself. And it's also a choice to know more about yourself each and every day. And as it's a learning process, that means that not only do you observe yourself, you actually change yourself by observing yourself, and you change yourself by learning things. You study, you're curious, you practice skills, and you learn knowledge, and you interact with humans, and you build relationships with everything around you, humans, the biosphere, everything you eat, you put in your mouth, you put in your body, the things you clothes and you wear and project. So everything is a recursive, complex loop of learning who you are, and that's part of knowing yourself. And that's what I've been doing. And about I've been doing it actively. I've been doing it playfully, most certainly. Being a playful part of yourself, being Captain Future, is a playful role. We can use silliness but some people think silly is a silly word, and it certainly is. But for me, silliness comes back to Monty Python, of course, using silliness as a tool to purvey difficult or hard topic and also important topics. But playfulness may be for a better word for it. It means we have different similar words for this in Swedish, but playfulness doesn't mean lekfullhet in Swedish. Not the exact same thing, because playful also connects to games. That we also call, in Sweden, we call both games and play for lek and things like that. So it's and also silliness. The equivalent word in Swedish is trams, but trams is a more negative word than silly is in English. So I like both silliness and playfulness instead of the Swedish words in this. But it all comes back to almost all learning in mammals. The optimal condition for learning in all mammals is play. The more you play, you put on a play mood inside your brain, and we think that's why we have playfulness mood inside ourselves. We put our body and our brain in learning mode through play, because the stakes are low and you can practice and you can fail. You don't most play, you don't die off when you fail. So in a playful mood, it's a safe mode where you can practice your skills and you can fail, but you can most certainly learn. So that's a part of learning, the playfulness. That's why it's so important. And there's so much seriousness that is a thing that tries to eliminate playfulness and silliness in society. You have to be serious. Business is serious, society is serious, war is serious, crime is serious, health is serious, the economy is serious, when it's actually the opposite. For anything to evolve, we have to have learning, and that means play. And we can have play inside everything we do. And like we talked about Elon Musk and Tesla before that. Of course, Tesla is a serious company, but there's lots of playfulness that created the Tesla in itself. And that comes back to play is also part of the stories and narration we have inside our mind. To imagine something that isn't built yet, that no one has built yet, you have to invent it in your mind, and that you have to use imagination, and you have to imagine things that aren't true yet for them to become true. So that's part of play. Play is part of imagination is part of play, and that's why imagination is important. And that playful mind state gives rise to imagination. So that's what coming back to this. Playfulness and silliness is part of know thyself. and the learning we have to take ourselves and humanity on. I hope I'm making sense about this favorite subject. Yeah, know thyself, the identity. And that comes back, knowing thyself is also all the behavioral patterns inside yourself that coexist, and also the internal conflict. Should I eat candy or should I refrain from eating candy? I know candy is not good for me, but I want candy now because it's so sweet. And that internal conflict are conflicting behavioral patterns, and that give rise to identities: the candy eating you and the you that doesn't eat candy. So in essence, this is like, of course, simplification of all the millions of behavioral patterns that are inside you. Many of them overlap, but many of them is in like, when it comes down to it, did you or did you not eat the candy? Those two behavioral patterns, one did it, one won the fight and the one didn't other. If you call it a fight, whatever it is, we don't really know. But there is a conflict between these behavioral patterns that made you eat or not eat the candy inside you. And that comes down to, inside you, you are these millions of behavioral patterns. And for every pattern that you do and enhance, for every day I eat candy, I become more of a candy eating person. And for every day I don't eat candy, I become more of a non-eating candy person. And then it becomes easier to make the choice I did the day before, until you fall off the wagon or hop on the wagon, whatever. That's also a possibility. But if you know what I mean, and that is the training of your home behavioral pattern that gives rise to a version of you that becomes more you. So it's every and if you make these choices of training yourself, of doing more of what you want, but this is a very black and white example, of course, because there's so much going on there. Every nerve cell in your body is, of course, connected in this enmeshment of you being you. Every sensory input, every past memory, emotional and cognitive, and things like that, and every interaction with every cell and every living being around you, forever and ever. Like mind-boggling if you try to go down on cellular level, and every electrical impulse firing in every neuron in your brain, it becomes incomprehensible. But if you simplify it and live by this recursive loop of knowing yourself, it becomes navigable, and that is to navigate yourself. And that's the word navigate is a fantastic word that I've been using more and more. I first found my first post of it posting back in even 2012 in some of my blogs using the word navigate, and it come back a little bit more and more and more. But when me, Bertola Bergstrand and Carl McFall came together at Catapult Future Fest and said we will become first we said the impact navigators, but the impact is not the word we wanted to use, and I came up with the word, let's call us future navigators instead. And that in essence became a future navigator. Captain Future is a future navigator, but there's other crew members in the crew of the ship that navigates into the future. There's the weaver, the navigator, the sense maker, the meaning maker, the playmaker, all this being part of navigating into the future. And navigating in itself is it can be both navigating from a map that everything is already mapped out. You just read the map and you try to go from point A to point B on the map, or it can be the exploration part of this. There is no map. You actually have to draw the map at the same time as you go into the future. And of course, it's both and. So me simulating a future, I already have a map of what the future could be, but of course will never be exact like my map inside my mind, because that's impossible. Because, but also there's this essence of I can go with a blank slate into the future. I can go to an event to show up at something. I have no idea what's going to happen. It's just let's see what emerges. And both this exploring the unknown and navigating through mental models and mental maps at the same time is part of what we call navigating into the future. And then we have what we call pathing. Pathing is for every person, for every artifact, I can only be in one physical space at a time, and I can only be in one mindset and playing one role at a time. So that becomes my path. Every day I walk a path. I take the bus to my work. I go to the library and read this book. I watch this TV series. I meet this person and hug this person. I smile to this person. I touch someone. I give something. I receive something. Every action is part of my path as my body an agent and my mind as my agent. And that's what we call pathing. And I call that pathing literacy. How to use the navigating skills and being on your path and being aware of the choices I make. And this becomes also like pathing can also be collective. So all the choices collectively, as we humans do in a village, in a city, in a country, or as on planet Earth, all the choices we make and execute each day, they give rise to the future tomorrow. So that's the collective pathing, being aware of how collective choices makes the future. And this is all part of what some people call future literacy. So we have navigating literacy, pathing literacy, and future literacy. And then we come to another thing that I will call narrative literacy. Narrative is a special favorite subject of mine. And there is story and there is narrative. And I like to define story is what's happening when you tell a story. Story is what you experience when you go through your life, the story of you. And story is what you experience when you see other humans go through their life. And that is, of course, a very more disconnected thing, because you see the life of all other people through the lenses of yourself. And then you have the story that we actually do when we do storytelling. It started with verbal stories around the campfire, as soon as we could speak as humans. And even before that, stories was something we drew on the cave wall, way before we could speak even. Like drawing the picture of a hunt. The hunt in itself became a story inside our mind. It's something that we can visualize or dream of or think about, that is not happening at the moment, but have happened or are going to happen. So that's a story. But stories are also filled of narrative. Narratives are patterns of meaning, patterns of learning, patterns of a message. Something we can patterns are something that we can disconnect. Many stories can contain the same patterns. Every hunt is a story, but across all hunter stories, there are patterns. There is a hunter, there's a prey, there's a hunting tool, and there's an outcome of the hunt, successful or unsuccessful, and other smaller events. So the outcomes and the agents inside the story are part of all the narrative structure that is inside every story that is a hunt, if you get what I mean. And narratives also gives rise to meaning, because the more we humans use the tool of narrative and stories, the better we became at it. And we evolved into extract all kinds of meaning, and hidden meanings, obvious meanings, meaning over time, meaning that only arises when you put when you observe many stories or tell many stories. So there's a larger pattern that becomes a meaning. And that's part of a narrative as well, inside one story and many stories. And that's what I call narrative literacy, understanding how narrative is part of every story, and how narrative is inside every story, and how narrative gives rise to, if I want to tell a new story, I use all kinds of narrative techniques and narrative and meanings that I put inside a story, unconsciously or consciously. Most of us know how to tell a story, to tell about something that has happened or are going to happen or will never happen. It's like it's pure imagination, like we tell science fiction stories today. We know that we can't time travel, but we tell time traveling stories, and we can all appreciate the essence of a time travel story and the narrative that give the meaning of meeting your past self and things like that, meeting you going into the future, meeting your future children. That's a part of a narrative arc inside the story of time travel, and we can all think about that and then experience what that is. So this is all part of that. I hope I'm making sense. I have to have that short bio break now, so I'll be talking for 1 hour 20 minutes. I will be back in 5 minutes, and I will just leave this up and maybe shorter and get something to drink or something like that. I will replace my tea with something. Back in a moment. Captain Future is back. Hello, everyone. Here I am. That's a quote I actually investigated today. It says, no matter where I go, there I am. No matter where you go, there you are. And that's a fantastic quote in itself. I will explore that now, I guess. No matter where you go, there you are. So that means wherever you go, you bring yourself. It's your best companion, or companions if you have several of yourself. We can even bring imaginary friends if you want to. So wherever you go, you bring yourself. And that's fantastic when you think about it, because you're never alone as long as you have yourself as a companion. And we talked about this earlier in the stream, me and Christopher, talking to yourself in the mirror and things like that, like openly having a conversation with yourself out loud, not just inside your head, but actually speaking the words like I'm doing now. Of course, you are here, but I'm alone in this room having this conversation, talking to apparently you, my audience, but in essence to myself, thinking out loud, as someone would call it. And that's it, bringing yourself everywhere you go. And who do you want to bring if you want to bring yourself? Your best self or your worst self? They're like, do I want to bring a whiny person that complains about everything on my journey, or do I want to bring the optimistic myself that is excited for everything that's happening right now? Of course, I want to bring the latter one. Or if you're not, if you're not self-hurting yourself and want to bring the complaint to yourself all the time. That's also a choice. This is a choice. What version of yourself do you want to bring along the journey? What inner behavioral patterns are you enforcing or suppressing, and things like that? Did I bring the guy who went to the fridge and got a Coca-Cola, or did I bring the guy who went there for a beer or a glass of water or a glass of juice or a more warm tea that I didn't bring? Or in my case, I just brought a glass of milk. I'm being silly now, but wherever you go, there you are. Wherever I go, there I am. Know thyself. Play with yourself. Play with your mind. Play with the roles and identities. And this comes down to when I began my journey of this 10 years ago, I quit my job. I went to my first mingle events. I never been to like events just to meet people and talk to people. That was never part of my job description until 2011 when I went to a live event. I convinced my boss to go to DevSum. I was a programmer there, DevSum in Stockholm. And I found out when I went there that I didn't listen to anyone or talk to anyone about programming or system development or databases or SQL coding or anything, the things I was working with. And that's maybe my first realization that I wasn't interested in any of that. I was only interested in, after reading a book by Jane McGonigal called Reality is Broken, and finding out that one of the keynote speakers at this event was a big fan of Jane McGonigal and her book. So my only focus was to meet her and talk about the book in itself. And from that moment, I guess there was no going back. I took the first step on my journey of becoming me. So that was it. And then it came to, I went to some event and presented myself as Michael and everything. But it came down, I think, I don't know when and how it happened, but I know for Almedalen, when I went there 2 years later, this of course happened before that, but I have been blogging for 100. I was part of the Blog 100 challenge where we blogged every day for 100 days and things like that. And that did a lot of me, that 100 days experience from January to May. All my blogs are still online. You can all find them on springismylove.wordpress.com. You can find them there. All my blog from that 2013 and forward, and some earlier blogs as well, and all my blogs after that. But in that process somewhere there, I started actually playing with titles. And when I went to Almedalen in 2013, I know I went to a local, there was an older lady who had a side business of scripting. She actually made this one as well. She took t-shirts, and this is brodered with thread. It's not printed, so it's brodered. I don't know the English word, but it's made by thread. So I went to her and I said, I want 3 t-shirts. One that says social superhero, one that says architect of the future, and the last one I just came up on the fly, whereas when in her shop ordering these 3 t-shirts, said let's call it holistic thinking ninja, because I was always a man thinking about what is holistic thinking. And I had these 3 t-shirts on me, and I switched around when I went to Almedalen, and I presented myself as these titles. I said, what do you work with? I'm a holistic thinking ninja. And see what happens. And that did something. I don't know, it did something to the people I met, but it certainly did something in me actually doing this real, not such a silly thing, but actually playing that part and that role in that introduction when I went to all kinds of mingles in Almedalen. And it gave rise to all these kinds of, I started calling my ninja and holistic thinker, and a friend of me way before that, even way before I quit my job, they called me because I always talked and thought about the future. He called me a future philosopher. That came back to me earlier when I explained to Christopher here why the future, why Captain Future, what now, what not, why not Captain Present. But so he called me a future philosopher. I remember that as well. So maybe that stuck with me also. I think future philosophy is someone who thinks and philosophizes about the future. So of course he came back to that as well. So that's a title someone else gave me to me way before earlier on my journey as well. So that's maybe comes back to me becoming Captain Future as well. Super interesting if you're interested in all this. And in this essence, we need more people, because if we're gonna do new things in society, if we're gonna come up with new business ideas, new products, new services, or new ways of organizing us, we need to do it in a new ways. Of course, we have to learn from the past and learn from the present, but projecting into the future, we have to actually do things that has never been done before. And doing that, we need new ways of doing it, and that means new internal behavioral patterns and skills, and also new roles and titles of these roles we play. So that's why we have to use new words of these titles, like Captain Future, like Holistic Thinking Ninja, like Captain Present, like Lord of the Internet, like Master of Silliness, and things like that, and present ourselves. And by presenting ourselves with these titles and roles, we actually start playing them inside our mind, and we become them. That's part of it. In order for something to become, it must first be imagined. Imagination, this key human skill to see things that aren't true, to hold a mental model of something that can't be or can be. And if it can be made. If it can be imagined, it can be made. And there's been all these millions and billions of profound steps in human history where someone made something for the first time that was never made before. The first type of tool, the first way of making fire a special way. And in most cases it was this iterative learning, but in some cases it was something profoundly new that has never seen the likes of before. Or has it? We can only tell. But like the first space rocket, the first time we went to the moon, that was the very first time. It has never been done before, not even close. We went to the moon. We put man inside a tin bucket and sent it into hard vacuum of space with all kinds of solar radiation. And if we can do that, we can do anything that is physically or mentally or imaginally possible. And that's what we need: imagination and playfulness to do things that has never been done before. And that's where we're going, because the way we're gonna keep soon 8 billion or even later than that 10 billion people who have a memory, however many we have to become here on planet Earth, we have to come up with new ways of making them live in peace and prosperity in a flourishing human global civilization. And that means doing things never done before. If we're gonna do that, we can't do it like we do it today. We have to do a lot of things in a new way. Not an old way, a new way. This new way will incorporate lots of old things, but lots of it will look like something we do today, but some things will look entirely different, and then we need imagination to do things we have never done before. And that's why I'm Captain Future. To do this, we have to start play, experiment, imagine, prototype, use games, plays, silliness, processes, mental models, everything, every way we can. We have to go hardcore into the future to do things that has never been done before. And that's why I am Captain Future. I have to become more hardcore Captain Future. Cheers, my friends. Yeah. In all this, how do we do it then? Me, Carl McFall, and Bertola Bergsand, we came up with a model that we call future navigation. I don't want to mess with Stellan's computer to find that image and share that screen right now, but somehow I will find a way to link it to. If you haven't seen it, it's if you go to my Facebook page, you click on my header image, my head image, and you step back, or if you go to my LinkedIn page, my head image, not my profile picture, but the head image there will be our model, an image of our model, and it contains 4 things. It's a spiral interconnected weave of actions that you have to take in a place, in a society, as a person, as an organization, to move into the future. And we call them eventification, journification, amplification, and unification. And this was a game changer when Carl McFall came up with the spiral galaxy and these 4 names that me and Carl and Bertola came up with together. He made a spiral because they're all interconnected. They're not separate. And it moves forward into time. So that's the 3rd dimension you can't see in a 2-dimensional picture. But if you animated, that would look like the spiral galaxy spirals into the future through time. So these 4 activities are things that is a useful tool to understand everything that needs to be done inside this organization, society, or as yourself, this 4 part. But in itself, the more we talked about it and explained to people, it became, of course, very complex and very abstract if you don't spend your days full-time meditating about what all this actually mean. So I've actually spent the 2 years of COVID coming up with another explanation model, how you understand what I would like to call the whole human endeavor. Something like that. Actually, I have written down the title of that. Let's see if I have it here. Of course, I just came up with this. The human endeavor, how to navigate our way forward into a learning universe. So I come up with an explanation model to understand why is anything happening in the universe, on Earth, in human society, in your life. And it has to be such a simple model that you can explain it to people. Is there someone trying to join in? No? I have a sound here playing somewhere. So it has to be an explanation model that you can understand and explain. So I've been for 2 years running this by friends, iterating, meditating on this explanation model that I feel fairly ready now to give my first full talk lecture workshop on explaining. I have a whiteboard behind me there, but I won't, for this night I won't rig my cameras, but maybe tomorrow or on Sunday with Stellan I will use the whiteboard and draw it for you. But I will go into detail, at least try to explaining a little bit of it here. So I will have it on my book before me and just talk you through it. So that's what I think I'm going to do now, because what else am I going to do with my night here? And then hello everyone, I see some people are watching, 3 people are watching. And if you watch this afterwards, like some of you want to do, this comes together with how we're going to do this as well. So great. Let's see. I'm still connected live here. Yes. So it comes back to from the beginning of the universe, there were all the natural laws, gravity, all the thermodynamic laws and things like that, quantum laws, energy laws, and I won't go into physics. But if all the physical laws of the universe that gave rise to the formation of galaxies, the formation of stars, and the formation of planets. And some events to this gave birth to cosmic events like supernovas that gave birth to new atoms that formed into new molecules that form into new constellation of stars and planets with heavier and heavier material. So you give all the materials of the periodic table, all the elements of that builds the universe, all the material and all the types of energy, all types of radiation, heat and everything that created the universe. So the key concept here is matter and energy. That's the basic understanding of it. There's the sun that radiates out energy, and much of the energy radiated out are directly affecting the near area of the sun. Like we can actually the heat from the sun actually heats up the surface of the earth, and you farther out from the sun you are, the colder it gets. So there's a direct thing like that. But there also there's a weaker kind of energy as well that we will call signaling light. We can see the light from stars actually billions of years away, billions of light years away, like billions of years in the past. And this weaker kind of energy I would like to call signaling. We can see these signals, we can as an observer observe them, but we'll come back to this because for a long time where we weren't around, there was no observing all these signals. But there's always been there for there one day to be an observer, observing, see light, experience heat, observe the universe. And everything in this gave rise to the first level of learning. The universe itself, this is a very loose use of the word learning. The universe learned how to make galaxies, the universe learned how to make suns of different kinds, and the universe learned to make all kinds of celestial bodies circling the sun and smaller celestial bodies circling the planets itself, moons, comets, asteroids, all kinds of, and they're since they're everywhere, and we now presume that there's planets and asteroids and comets in every solar system. We know that this is a pattern across the universe, and the galaxies itself. There's many types of different looking galaxies, but galaxy is also a pattern. There are so many galaxies, so it's not a one-off. Every galaxy is part of a pattern. How matter and energy does it, if you know what I mean. But they also like to make iron, that is the core of Earth. Iron wasn't around when the universe was born. That's something that the universe learned to make, if you use a loose coupling of the world. So the first order of learning was the universe learning to make galaxies, suns, planets, moons, comets, and everything, and things like this. Another process of this is, of course, on planets like ours. Some planets had some type of gas or liquid surface, if it was in the right temperature zone. So we have on our planet we have a liquid atmosphere, and we have a liquid oceans, and we have a gas atmosphere. And inside this atmosphere, another type of patterns gave rise, like circling patterns of weather, that is the patterns of the gas atmosphere, and also circling pattern of rain to rivers to sea to lakes to vaporization to clouds to rain, like a liquid circle system itself. And it's been going on for billions of years, and we presume that this goes around everywhere in the universe itself. A learning pattern how to create weather, rain and wind and things like that. And that also affects that gives rise to erosion, and there's of course some some planets have tectonic plates that gives rise to volcanic activity, at least as well. So they're also a learning pattern. The universe learned how to make volcanoes if you use a Lowes coupling word. And for most of the universe, it's the only thing that is. But something happened here on planet Earth. Life started to exist, and life is a second order of learning, because life learned to copy and improve upon itself. Life learned to make more life. And when you think about it, I've been really thinking deeply about it. This is super amazing. A second order of learning emerged that learned to make more of itself. Just like the universe itself learned to make more and more heavier, complex sun and planets. Life learned to make more and complex life in itself. So second order of learning. And the learning here used of course DNA, that is the cornerstone, but even RNA. So it used DNA to copy itself, and it used the RNA to interpret the DNA. So the learning is inside the self-replication molecule of DNA. Amazing if you think about it. And for a long time, this was the learning in life. Experimenting, going into dead ends, evolutionary parting, or even bumping up to the first order of weather and volcanoes and cosmic events. Freezing, boiling water, freezing water, and all of these environments that life in itself existed inside. And learning to adapt to all these environments. Adaptation is a part of learning. So adaptation is part of this learning. And it's also learned to read signals of its environment. It could be signals in form of life and radiation. It could also be signals in form of molecule itself. Bumping up against molecule and reading the presence of it with certain kind of molecule in itself, that in itself signal that this maybe here is food here and things like that, or this is a dangerous environment, get out of here, or this is a good environment, stay here. So we learn to read signals as well, and that's part of the learning in itself. Both the entire internal process of life evolving, but also the life becoming the first observer of the signals around it, learning to read its environment so it can learn better and adapt better to this environment, not go blindly anywhere. And blindly meaning not having zero awareness of the surroundings inside which the life presides. Let's see, someone messaging. Yeah, Sheridan, I'm still lost on. So if Sheridan joins, I will come back to my story later. But this is the amazing part, life learning to adapt, read the signals, and the internal process of evolving. So this was the second order of learning that is twofold, the life evolving in itself and reading the environment to which it evolves and adapts to. And all of this was, of course, built upon the first principle of there must be energy for anything to happen. So this comes down to the energy cycle. The energy gives rise to event. An event is, in its simplest form, is when energy transforms from one state to another. And it also affects materia. And materia is of course every single atom or molecule, but all materia is grouped into what I would like to call an artifact. It could be anything from a whole celestial body, like a planet, down to a small rock. And of course, we will come to this later, this mug is an artifact, or this piece of clothing is an artifact. But in itself, this piece of clothes is put together of different weaves and parts. So a piece of clothing can be several artifacts joined together and things like that. So, but artifacts are the material, the grouping of material that is affected by energy. So energy in itself gives rise to weather, comes from energy. So the heat makes air molecules move around and gives rise to weather. So this is an event. Every single event, every storm, every wind is an event, but it gives rise to a system of winds that we call weather. So when events occur, they can be one-off, or it can be an event that reoccur, that we will call a pattern of events. That is what we will call a system of events, if that makes sense to you. I'm trying to make sense of this myself. I explained it to so many people so far, but this is how I come in. So energy gives rise to events, one-offs, and patterns of events that become system of events that affects artifacts. Like planets, like rivers, like water molecules, and itself. Then when life came along, it started affecting agents of life, from the first pro cell to the first cell with a shell and everything like that. They become agents. For the life to make anything happen, it needs energy. It uses energy to transform it into mechanical. They use chemical energy to transform it into mechanical energy or things like that, into complex transformation system. But life in itself become agents that give rise to events. And all these events, of course, forms pattern that we would call systems. And every event interacts with several artifacts. So every event is never in isolation. And so all these systems that arises from patterns of events interacts with other systems of other patterns of events. So everything is interconnected. But everything can also be observed in isolation, and that's why we humans we'll come to that later. So let's see. We're still on Sheridan. Only me so far, but we will see if he shows up here. And that's a fantastic in itself. Life doing this journey, interacted with all kinds of environment around themselves. If you attach yourself to the surface of a rock that is an artifact, you live off that surface, and you learn to live off that surface, and you adapt over time. You can adapt to live on different surfaces, or detach yourself from a surface, or attach yourself to a surface as life evolves and learn how to adapt to the environment. And this energy cycling process that use metabolism is, oh my words, I mean metabolism and photosynthesis to actually capture energy in photosynthesis, and also use metabolism to transform it into kinetic energy, to move things around, and move as an agent, move yourself around. There are even like third party of this, like think of a leaf blowing in the wind, the leaf itself, or the seed with wings. It doesn't accept the seed with wings doesn't use energy to move itself through air, but it uses the event of weather or wind to an external part of energy to move itself around, by becoming the artifact of having wings grown to a seed. If you think, that's what I'm thinking about this. New things emerges to myself as I talk about this. So, and also coming back to using signals to understand the environment around itself. And life became more and more complex, from singular self life to multicellular life, and then specialization of collaboration of cells with the same DNA but a different function, used energy and signals in different ways to move an agent that is a collection of multicells in a multicellular organism. So all life, every living entity became an agent in itself, and an agent like me could contain billions of bacteria in my gut that are all single agents in itself, but it's also part of the agent of me. I will come back to this as I will share it on.
Hello.
Hello, Sheridan. Great to see you.
Good to see you. My goodness, you got a whole bookshelf behind you.
It's not mine. It's Stellan. So I'm in his library here. So it's all
Okay.
his books.
Very good, very good. Well, good to
I've
see you
seen
again.
as you have observed so many people doing Zoom calls during COVID now. You have seen that many people somehow find themselves having their bookshelf behind them to signal that I'm a learned person. I have read all these books, or I pretend to have read all these books.
No, all my books I haven't read because
Yeah.
when I read them, I give them away or sell them.
Yeah.
And so the reason why I keep the unread books is to teach me intellectual humility, that I don't know anything because I've never read most of them.
Yeah,
So, right.
And books are also artifacts. So
Yes.
when you see a book, you don't have to. You could have read it, or you could, or maybe you haven't read it. But the title and the form and the message on itself, and it's an artifact that reminds me of what the message and the core narrative of a book is. So this is Team Human by Douglas Rafkov. On the backside, it says "Find the Others."
Okay.
That reminds me of the core message of this book is, of course, find the others. And just me keeping this book around, laying on my table, I remind myself of the core message of this book.
Right. Well, you are who you are who you surround yourself with, people and objects, right? Because that's your ecosystem. It's like a forest, right? Mm-hmm. So you have to choose the things that positively influence you, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Because you are what you're like, it's like your womb in a sense, right? Mm-hmm. So that's good. So how are things going for you? What's up? What's the latest? Curious.
What's the latest? Yeah, I just for this conversation tonight, I've spent half an hour now explaining my explanation model of first my journey of becoming Captain Future, and then my explanation model how to understand the whole human society and endeavor and things like that. But apart from that, the COVID years I spent home alone most of the time. But I'm still talk to Bartola every day. So we plan for the future during these 2 years.
Right.
And I haven't given up hope to co-creating a better future with people like you.
Well, there's always something coming, right? And you think you don't know what they are. But right now you have to kind of almost like freestyle because you don't know what's kind of like Ukraine and COVID and, I mean, and if you have a fixed plan, it's never going to work because
exactly.
I gave up because every year, the last 3 years, I had my resolution. And then the first month or two, everything just changed, like COVID and Ukraine and then one thing after another. So and I said, oh God, why even bother sometimes, but so I try to keep on course, but it's hard because it changes so much. But most of us are locked down. I swear I haven't met almost anybody in 2 years. I used to go to tech events every night practically.
Yeah. Me too. I used to travel the world and meet people, and now it's all digital. The only physical meeting I had is my local town here, where we have a board game club, and some of us has been playing board game together for 2 years. So that's the only physical meetup I have with people during the last year.
Yeah, because all my tech friends left town, San Francisco practically, and the people here are long-time older people, right? And they're more in the arts, but then they're very closed. You know what I mean? They know each other from like 50 years ago or whatever, so they're not that easy to get to know because they have their own little club. San Francisco's like Stockholm. You find out what high school they went to, and if you're part of that high school, then you're really close. But if you're not, literally, and I talk to people in Stockholm, they say the same problem. If you don't go to the same high school, you're not part of the club. It's like San Francisco. It's exactly the same. It's so funny. And I met one woman from where is it? Oh, she was up there in no, it was near Malmo. Yeah, anyway, near London. I said, how's Stockholm? She goes, I hate it. I'm going back. I go, why? He goes, it's really hard to meet people here. And I go, what? You're Swedish. She goes, doesn't matter, Sheridan. He goes, unless you have an inside friend, you don't get invited to anything. And I went, what? And she was a really friendly woman, really friendly and open. But she said it was so hard. She said, I want to go back where I have a lot of friends. So she was like, in the Gothenburg and Lund and Malmo area, stuff, Copenhagen, where all her friends were.
Yeah, of course.
So wait a minute. Somebody's. I think a package. Wait 1 second.
Yeah, no problem.
Sure. All right. All right. Okay, I got some mail. Finally, surprise, surprise, got some mail. Anyway, so anyway, Stockholm's a lot like San Francisco. A lot of single people.
Yeah.
And unless you know people, it's hard. I lucked out that I met a Korean guy who's a SEO expert. And he's from Korea, but he was probably when he was 6 months old. But he was really crazy, like funny and always laughing and telling jokes and all that. Very, very not typical Swedish, even though he's Swedish, purely Swedish, perfect Swedish.
Yeah.
Everything. He grew up in Sweden, everything. But he's still like crazy, running around. And he was always laughing, which is unusual because most people don't laugh in Stockholm that much, right? They're pretty serious, right? Except when you get drunk.
People are too serious. We talked about playfulness and silliness before. We have too little of that. Too much seriousness.
Too serious. And so the only time Swedes get happy is when you drink. Okay.
Yeah, of course. Then we got happy and silly.
It's summer, and all that. Yeah. But during the rest of the year, forget it. It's like, a funeral, right? But anyway, I lucked out because I met him in the first couple of weeks and he invited me to all his parties in Stockholm. And so I got to meet a lot of people like instantly. I lucked out. Because if I hadn't met him, I don't think I would have met anybody. No, because
you need that one person, that spark.
Yeah. And he's very friendly, and so we used to always go out and drink. And I met one of the top pop star singers, two pop star singers in Stockholm, a young woman from Greek background, and this kind of typical rural country, like Joni Mitchell type of like Swedish kind of romantic ballad singer.
Yeah.
So she was really fun. But I got to meet some real characters there, though. It's kind of fun.
Cool.
So I had a good experience there because I lucked out, But anyway, so what are the big kind of issues or things that you would like to pursue this year? Curious.
Yeah, what I'm pursuing now is like I've been going deeper into. I've been just explained that before you showed up. The fusion navigation model that me, Bertola Bersman, and Carl McFall came up with together. And how to actually apply that to make sense of any situation, any organizations. You use that as a map as a guidance for what you do going forward, and that makes even more sense now that when the world is that it is. So we've been thinking deeply in commerce and how to do that practically for the last year together at least. So,
I think everybody's kind of lost right now, or somewhat lost.
So how do you become unlost, or like even, or not even unlost, but that maybe you become comfortable with your lostness and can walk in lostness with confidence?
Well, the analogy I use is like sailing in a boat. Okay, so there's a couple of analogies. One is you're like on a Titanic, and there's icebergs. It's dangerous, right? And you can go under if you're not careful, if you go too fast. And it could be foggy, thick fog, you can't see a thing, in which case you have to kind of sense it. Or it's really wild, like a hurricane, and you're like seasick, which is kind of what's happened in the last couple of weeks or months. Then there's that. Then you head on a sailing boat, type of sailboat, which is small, quick, not on a big Titanic, or a speedboat. But anyway, and the weather changes all the time. It's foggy, clear, rip currents and all that, and so depending on your circumstances, you have to change your navigation method, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You have to tailor it to your goals and what your situation. So if you're on a speedboat, it's totally different than if you're on like a rubber raft or I like a kayak, right? So that's kind of the way I would look at it in terms of different navigation styles and situations that are useful for the person, right? So like a CEO, whatever, totally different approach as a mother who's got like 4 kids that she's trying to, get through school and all, right? So I don't know. I mean, I just use analogies because it makes it easier for me to understand.
I love that. So like
Yeah.
we've been using like the boat and the role of the navigating itself, like one part exploring known waters using a known map, but also one part explorer is exploring totally unknown waters, drawing the map while you're doing it, and everything in between. So like
right. It's like the old world, new world idea, you know.
yeah.
The era of navigation, and also because you have cars and things like that, so you know, like geolocation, right? Like Google Maps, basically.
Yeah, of course.
So maybe you could do it like you have your Google Map thing, which is a metaphor on your phone, right? And then you put in the coordinates, but it's not a geographical map; it's a kind of a psychological, emotional map, and then it guides you somehow, like an AI kind of like guide or whatever. I mean, something you talk to, right?
Yeah.
So it's like your genie or your mentor or your guide, right?
Yeah.
Or could be like linked to your friends too, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, what do we do this weekend? Or what, you know, or what career should I do, right? Or that's a common one. I don't know. I think there's probably a lot of practical applications, both personal, business, schools, government.
Yeah.
Right? So like you're the guide. You're the guide, right?
You're the guide. Yeah.
And a guide in a sense. Because
the pathfinder.
Yeah, the pathfinder.
We talked about pathing as a concept as well. How do you find individual and collective paths into the future, from your own personal journey to the whole collective of a global civilization? So and everything in between.
Right. Yeah, and then now everything is like the age of exploration and geographic is kind of over. I mean, kind of we all know pretty much what's out there, and now it's more interior.
Yeah.
Within ourselves, more of what interscape kind of navigation. Yeah. Or social navigation across cultures.
Social navigation, culture navigation, narrative navigation. How do you use stories and narrative to tell a more profound story about where we want to go? I was in a room, Zoom room earlier tonight with Bobby Fishkin in San Francisco as well, and we talk about how do we get to Solarpunk Future. He has a room every Friday.
Oh, I see.
Have you been to any of them?
No, I haven't been there.
You know, you have met Bobby, right?
No,
you haven't met.
No,
he has his. I think it's on Teams every Friday and some Tuesdays as well. I'll send you a link. So
okay, all right, very good.
And it's new people every Friday, so it's not the same people every Friday. So it's actually new people every Friday. I show up to like half of them at least. Try to.
Okay, all right.
So he has this. The question is always, how do we get to a flourishing Solarpunk future? Solarpunk is the narrative word he used for positive societies. Like everything from Buckminster Fuller and things like that. So.
Well, that's good, because that's kind of like even though I'm not quote solar punk into literary fiction, all my 10 novels are all solar punk if you look at it. Right, because it's all about going from. I use the Dante's Divine Comedy as the metaphor from going from inferno to purgatory to paradise. It's the hero's journey, right? So I do that. So it's solar punk is paradise. We're all in inferno right now.
Of course.
Or purgatory, trying to get through to that place, right? Yeah. It's kind of ecotopia, utopia, whatever, right? But I mean, most people have that in their own head mentally, right? I mean, even if they can't get there, right? This journey to, well, you know, somewhere over the rainbow, right? Right,
exactly.
And it's kind of the Wizard of Oz in a sense, where, you know, you're going and you're in Kansas, it's ugly and boring. You got the witch of the lady next door, right? And you're trying to find this wonderful land of Oz, right? You know, and that was great during the Great Depression when it was the Dust Bowl, right? And then going to Hollywood, basically, which was the Wizard of Oz. I mean, that was kind of an American version of that. You know, it's interesting to see what what today would have, like, for example, a Swedish or Nordic version of Oz looks like. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
from what you have today and then what you view as like the ideal world or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
Because Sweden is actually really one of the nicer places, right, in the world.
Yeah, I've been living my whole life, so I taken so much for granted that I now know, since my I started traveling well, I know we shouldn't take for granted, and that's the problem
No.
here. We take too much for granted in our Sweden. We don't celebrate what we have, but we know that this is a good place, but we don't know it enough.
Yeah, I mean, compared to probably 95% of the world.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, I mean, it's like, well, there's reason, integrity and then beauty and all that. Like Sweden's always like at the tippy top of the mountain there, you know, all the top Nordic
We
countries.
has this kind of like blindness. We can't see what we have because we can't see it from the outside. But you have to seek that perspective to actually understand.
Right. In other words, you got to descend into hell once in a while, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So I would kind of say it's like you're on a Mount Olympus. Okay, think of it that way. You're at the top of the mountain.
We're here at the top, and we don't know that we're here.
Yeah, you don't realize it because when you don't go down into hell down below, you don't know that you're at the top. Okay. And then secondly, most people don't want to go into hell because why would I when it's like really nice here, right? It's safer, cleaner. It's not healthy and safe, right? And here's why. I met a Swedish guy. I rented the apartment in Södermalm, you know, in Stockholm, from his father, and he went to India for 2 months, and then he came back. And guess what he said? Take a guess.
I didn't know the world looked like this.
Yeah, but he was really graphic too, though. But, you know, it was kind of shocking for me to hear it from him. But because I've never been to India, he said, "I am so thankful I'm Swedish. I'm so proud of being Swedish." And I said, "Why do you say that?" He goes, "I wasn't that nationalistic and all that. I'm not. I'm kind of skeptical, like the young people, right?" He goes, "But when you go to India," he says, and I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "It is crowded and dirty and like." And you know the worst part? I said, "Okay, what's the worst part?" Besides the fact that they dump all the garbage into the water and all that, right? Right? He says the dead people on the street they pick up every morning. I go, "What are you talking about?" "Oh, you didn't know that?" He goes, "All these people are so poor and they die in the street and he doesn't leave them there until somebody picks them up." And I go, "What?" He goes, "That is so barbaric. In Sweden, that would never happen." I go, "Well, it's not Sweden." He says, I said, and then he said they was leaving there sometimes. They'd be there and he'd come along and he in Sweden, it'd be picked up real quickly. He says, he'd come back and hours later, it's still there. I'm going, "What?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "I saw it so many times and then poor kids and all that, like no food and all that, begging. And they saw me and of course everybody came." He says, "I was really popular, but I ran out of money really fast because he started giving in and soon everybody was on him." So he said, "I'm sorry, I couldn't take it. I just can't handle it. I mean, I suppose if you live there, you think that's normal." But he said, that's like a zoo. It's like a total zoo. I think he was in Mumbai or something like that. But, you know, for 2 months, he said, "You couldn't pay me to go back there right now." And that's what he said. It is so hot, so dirty, and the smog and the smoke and the dust and this and that. And I guess if you're Indian, you're used to it, right? But he said, "I couldn't take it." He says, "That's the closest thing to hell I've ever seen."
I can imagine. I only went to the tourist town of Goa in India, but I also spent a week in Pakistan, and that was also a real eye opener for me.
Oh yeah, Pakistan's rough too, right? It's like India. It was interesting when I was at Jönköping, right, at the school there, I met like 100 nationalities, many African, Middle Eastern, European, that I wouldn't meet in California very much because we don't have as many because of the distance, right? But the Pakistani were and the Filipinos the friendliest.
Yeah, really friendly.
very friendly, like
Yeah.
oh, you're our friend and all that. Pakistani, they were all over me, and then everybody said, "You like Pakistan?" I said, "Never met them before," and then but they were so friendly. You know, it's the school, and then Filipinos, same thing. Very, very
Yeah,
warm.
I got that feeling when I was in Pakistan. Everyone was so friendly everywhere.
Yeah, yeah. Awesome. I went to Saudi Arabia for a week doing in like the entrepreneur center, just like mentoring, and they were really. It was kind of different. It was like being in Los Angeles. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it looked like one big movie set. Everybody's wearing their white, like Lawrence of Arabia, right?
Like the whole city and movie set, yeah.
Yeah, like look, and then so all these guys are driving motorcycles, stuff. They got the white robes on, right? Okay, and so all my students are like 25, and they all had the white thing. And look, when they lined up, everybody looks like they're Indian with like the sheik shaking all right, all dressed up properly, right? But underneath they wear blue jeans and tennis shoes, right?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So then a lot of them said, I can't take this. So they make it off the street, just take it off like in their t-shirts.
Yeah.
And then their blue jeans and their tennis shoes, right? And you're like, just like LA folks. And what's interesting is that because they're tech people, they knew everything, all the tech and stuff, just like Silicon Valley guys. It's really amazing. And then they were really friendly and very open, like not Silicon Valley, more like LA. LA is more open, sociable. And so it looked like LA though, because when you're driving around, everybody's in cars everywhere, you know, it's like traffic jams, just like LA. So I said, wow, LA is about the closest thing I've seen to Riyadh.
Like fascinating, so many perspectives you can get from.
Right. Yeah. And then so they prayed 5 times a day, right? Yeah. And I'm Christian and Methodist. So I said, so let me ask you questions. So what do you think of Islam and all that? And he said, oh, we love it so much and blah, blah, blah. And I go, okay. I said, what do you think about praying 5 times a day? They force you? He goes, no, we do it, And I said, what do you think of it? He goes, well, we hate the one at 4 a.m. You got to get up at 4 a.m. Like, right? So, we're gonna pray and we want to go to sleep. So other than that, the rest of the day I like it. And I said, so let me ask you a question. Why do you like praying 4 times a day? And he goes, have you ever driven through Riyadh? I said, no, I've seen it. Why? He goes, the traffic jams and the road rage is terrible, especially when it's like 120 degrees, like, really hot. And you're stuck in traffic. You want to kill people. You're so angry, like so rich. And so he says, thank God for prayer, because I go into prayer and I like calm down. And then when I come out, I feel like I took a nice cool shower. I feel very clean, very pure. I'm ready to see the rest of the day. But if I didn't do that, I don't want to kill somebody, because the road rage you said is terrible in the traffic. And I said,
I can only guess.
I said, interesting. I didn't realize. I go, yeah, I showed him. But you've been in Saudi, man. When it is hot, people's temper, goes to the roof. And he says, that's why we should pray, because we don't get so many fights that way. That makes sense. That's very logical. But the way he explained it was really kind of interesting.
Okay, interesting.
You have a peaceful society as much as they can, and be helpful to each other, kind, thankful. It sounds like Christians to me, and good Christians. Yeah. But
what it
so
is
it's kind of fascinating.
Yeah, what we need more about kindness everywhere.
Yeah, this kindness, right? You don't have to be religious at all. This kindness, right? Because I think sometimes religious people get too much. They're not kind.
Yeah.
Right. So anyway.
So what are you up to? What's your path into the future right now?
Oh, right now I'm writing my book.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm doing 2 startups in my book, right? So like right now I'm reading all these books like on urban design and building economics. So this is kind of I'm going to grad school again. So here's my reading this book, urban design, right? And then of course the same famous donut economics, right?
Yeah. I actually have the Swedish version of that. I guess donut economy. I actually.
Yeah, there you go. That's it. That's it, right? Yeah, that's it. And I read Biomimicry. That's old book, right? To study. And then Design for the Real World. This is Papanek, famous urban designer.
Yeah.
He's kind of a leftist critique of capitalism. Okay, but really good critique. And then he promotes more like developing nation. And then one really good one, urban design and product design, on green design. And then climate stewardship, all the climate programs in California. New ones.
Cool.
So I'm reading all that because I'm writing about biocities right now. So
we have some interesting. This is a part of a whole weekend of live events, and we had Jonas and Christopher here, and Elena, who all talked about earth and soil and permaculture and things like that. So that's been a theme for this whole weekend. I'm not into all this myself, but some really interesting people. I can find some of their best videos and send to you after I watched all the whole weekend. So,
okay. Yeah, because I'm just doing, because the topic is really broad, but basically the goal is city. Okay, here's the premise. Cities consume 80% of the energy in the world, 80%.
Yeah.
Okay, and then emit 2/3 or 70% roughly of carbon. So we'll win or lose the carbon battle in the cities over the next 20 years. Okay, the way cities go is the way the world's going to go. Now the good part, two things. The national governments are usually bought off by the oil industry, all the like US and China, everybody. But the cities are not close to the oil OPEC or producers. They represent the buyer's side of the fence, demand side. Okay, so they could buy wherever they want. So theoretically, if they control 80% of the buying, right, and they decide to develop a buyer's cartel to not buy oil and gas, I don't think they'll do it overnight, but literally oil prices would crash and never come back, right? Because if you lose 80% of your use, it's history, your history, right? So the danger, and I think the cities know their power, is that they can't move too fast because, it's like, the yellow vests on all these farmers and all that rely on oil and gas, right? How do you get to work? Right? How do you do that? So this could be the transition, and that's going to be a tough transition because we're going to burn up if we keep using oil and gas. But then if we don't, then we have a major, maybe a global depression like the 1930s again, and then we get Hitler's coming, right? Because everybody's out of work, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the danger, right? So that's a really tough thing to do moving, and Sweden is one of the leaders in that, right? Trying to make the transition.
Yeah, hopefully.
Well, one advantage you have, 40% of your energy is on nuclear power plants, right?
Yeah.
Right. So whereas Germany's shutting down, that's why they're going to back to coal now. Right? So
I don't know what lobby industry made that happen so quickly.
Yeah, because they were anti-nuclear, but that hurt them. In Japan, same thing. They shut down all the nuclear plants.
Yeah, too quickly.
Now
without an alternative.
Coal again, using coal, just destroying your earth. So nuclear is cleaner than coal in terms of carbon, but it's dirty in terms of radioactivity. Right?
Yeah, of course.
So,
but we have to make sure we keep ourselves alive in the process, whatever we use. And
right. Yeah. So the whole tricky part, and Sweden's one of the leaders, is how do you go from oil, gas, and coal, even nuclear, to renewables and something else?
Yeah. And how do we transform the energy hunger and the energy blindness in our society that we have today?
Well, one is use less.
Yeah, use less.
Yeah. Well, in a way, COVID happens, right? So all the air travel now is gone.
Yeah.
So that's a big cause of.
Yeah, there's a new fantastic. I don't know if you have seen Nate Hagen's. There's a fantastic conversation from a month ago, but he called energy blindness. I'll send that to you. A fantastic conversation about our relationship with energy and how little we know about and think about our daily energy hunger and energy blindness in the world. Really eye-opening conversation.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, one of the books I'm reading is about the exponential growth of during the 20th century of oil and gas fossil fuels.
Exactly.
Right.
And it's not slowing down; it's increasing. So we're going in the wrong direction.
Yeah, increasing. But what's happening is, if you look at the total cost, there's the thing that is peak oil was 1970. Yeah, 1970 peak oil. In other words, peak production. But it takes 20 years, 30 years for it to hit the industry. So it's been coming down from peak oil in terms of peak production. And the reason is simply that here's the problem. You can get the oil in Arctic and all, or in Gulf of Mexico, but the costs are so high that it's not worth drilling because it's too hard, too expensive to get. The cheap oil is gone, basically, the easy stuff.
Yeah, of course.
So now it's going to get more and more expensive for fossil fuels. And so, and as it is now, solar and wind is cheaper than coal. And it's going to be cheaper than fossil fuels pretty soon, all the oil even pretty soon, right? And game's over, right? So it's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
The question is, will there be a collapse? Here's the dangerous one. The Stanford professor was saying we could see the collapse of the fossil fuel industry in 2025.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
total collapse.
Yeah. So we're in for some interesting years ahead, I guess.
But the scary part is this, okay? And they're thinking about it. We saw it back I was in the energy industry, and prices collapsed from 1982 to 86. So the barrel of oil went from $40 to $10 a barrel, totally destroyed everything. Houston, all oil production stopped, drilling stopped because they were losing money. And then Houston, Denver, like ghost towns. And then all the energy projects, they all stopped. Urban planning, everything stopped because we're all depending on it. And then the electric vehicles stopped. I did the solar rights, all the solar rights, everything died because gas is so cheap.
Like crazy.
Yeah, and then and then we saw that 2015 too. If you remember that.
Yeah.
So the oil price $140 a barrel. Remember, right there, and then they crashed.
Not the year, but I remember it happened. Yeah.
$140 to $40 a barrel. Remember that? Okay.
Yeah.
So now Norway was smart. If you study Norway actually was smart. They at $140 a barrel, they said it's not going to last. So they divested from all oil investments, even though they keep running, and they put it all into stock, technology, finance, land, and other stuff, right? And over the next 5 years, from 2015 to 2020, Norway's sovereign fund went from $800 billion to $1 trillion. Okay, they went up $200 billion in 5 years because they're out of oil, because oil prices collapsed, and then all construction stopped. Right, so Norway became the richest sovereign fund in the world in 2020. Okay, if you study the numbers. Okay.
Yeah, I know about that. Yeah.
So OPEC studied it too because Saudi Arabia got hammered too. So Saudi Arabia is copying Norway of diversifying away from oil because they know at some point, even though they have cheap oil, if it collapses, then it's all over for Saudi Arabia. Okay, because that's how they do it. Right now, General Electric did the stupid thing. You know what they did? They were so into we're gonna go oil, blah blah blah. They doubled down on oil, and guess what happened? From 2015 to 2020, they lost $200 billion.
Yeah.
So they got killed. So everybody in Wall Street, everybody saw that, and that's why that German bank now they're not investing in oil. Do you see that today? They just announced
I didn't.
Big IMD bank, whatever in Germany, they're not going to put loans out to oil and gas anymore. And I said, I think what they're all deciding, the banks are saying, it looks like 2015 and all the companies we put in, they're going to go, half of them might go bankrupt and won't be able to pay the loans back. So I think some of the banks are already thinking that with the pressure to go climate change and all that, plus the Russians not giving oil, and they're not buying from Russia, it goes to China, okay, then things may dry up. So the companies out in the West may not, and they can't do business with Russia, their business is going to die. So we could see a collapse of oil prices in the West, where the Russian oil just goes to China. But so I was thinking, if that happens, then half the oil, they said the cheap, the survivors will be Saudi Arabia and Russia. Okay, because they have the cheapest oil per barrel to produce. Okay, the US is higher. Russia, but Russia's expensive. They gotta make like $60 a barrel to break even. Whereas I think Saudi Arabia, look at the price point, could make I think at $10-15 that they can make money. But the other,
I'm looking at the graph right there, the last 10 years of the oil prices.
So then look at where the cost of production for each nation, and that will tell you. Okay, so when the prices go down next time, the countries in the top are going to get killed financially. Okay, and then banks are going to not lend anybody in those zones. So that's the big disruption coming, which is going to be interesting to watch. And it's going to be a huge disruption because, and it may be permanent too, because once the EU and the world starts going to renewables and out of fossil, they're never coming back, right? Because once you invest all that money in solar and all that, why would you go back? Because like
it makes no sense at all, no?
Right? And so I think that's why I think the German banks are watching Europe real carefully, because the Europeans are saying, oh, we should have done it earlier. We should not have gotten Russian oil and gas because now we're getting screwed.
Why did we do that?
So we should go away from Russian gas and oil and go to renewables or other sources, right? So we don't have to worry about Russia and the Middle East screwing us, right?
Yeah.
But then that means for the oil producers in these countries, if Europe doesn't buy from them, there goes how much of your market over time? It's a lot. It may be like, how much does Europe buy of all the oil in the world and gas? It's a lot.
It's a lot, yeah.
Yeah, and maybe it's like 30 to 40%. Now they won't move over 100%, but even if it went half, let's say in 5 to 10 years, that's still a lot. So I don't know how much oil and gas Europe consumes, but if they cut it in half, that means they will lose 20% maybe or whatever of your market. And that's the high end too, because of the richer nations, right? Right? Because most of the nations aren't as rich as Europe. Right?
I have the figures here. It's from Nate Higgins, the guy I mentioned before. He says, Russia produces 11 billion barrels of oil per day and uses 3.5 million barrels of oil per day.
Right.
Europe produces 3.5 million barrels of oil per day and uses 15 million barrels of oil per day. So we use 5 times what we produce, and Russia produces 3 times more than they use.
Right. So it's kind of inverted, right? But that assumes you use oil and gas. If you don't use it, then Russia's in trouble.
Exactly.
In other words, you're paying Russia. That's all.
Yeah, of course.
You're exporting euros to. Well, when I was in Sweden here, the Swedish people would tell me, I said, why are you so green? My friend was really blunt and stuff. I go, we hate sending our hard, good money to dictators in the Middle East.
Yeah.
Or dictators in general, like Russia and Middle East and Nigeria, places like that.
Yeah.
And I said, that's why Sweden's so green, because we don't like dictators. And I went, good point. So that was kind of the argument they made. And I said, that's interesting, because I was actually politically very astute, but also economically astute. In other words, don't rely on dictators.
Exactly.
Especially people who don't like you. Right? Why would you buy from somebody who doesn't like you anyway?
Yeah. Why would you do that?
I mean, it's like, so I use it. actually the argument, they say Russia's the gasoline station, right?
Yeah.
But actually gasoline is more like a drug. It's like heroin.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a drug dealer. So their goal is to get you to buy more and more and more and get addicted to the drug, right? Or,
Yeah.
right.
And build it in for your infrastructure. Then you can't quit overnight when it's
Exactly
into your infrastructure.
Yeah. So you're totally addicted because you got everything set up
Yeah.
for heroin, right? Let's use oil. And so the producer then can start raising prices because they know they got you, right?
This
Correct.
have you by the balls.
Yeah. So the drug dealers, the way they get young people is they give it away free in the beginning, right?
Mm-hmm.
To get them addicted. And once they get addicted, then it is like are merciless, right? Well, that's what the OPEC countries do, and Russia does to Europe, right?
Yeah.
Make it easy to sign up and hard to get off the drug without going cold turkey, which is like, withdrawal symptoms, which is like recession. So that's going to be the big challenge for Europe.
Yeah.
Coming. So if you want to do I think, if you want to do some really interesting navigation, because Sweden is a thought leader and you're really kind of out there in terms of making a ship, is really talk about, given all this politics and all that, look at the numbers, the oil and dependencies and all that, very analytical, and say, well, what does this mean for the average person in business?
Exactly.
Like scenarios. What if this happens? What if that happens? What if this happens, right? Because nobody knows. We used to do probability analysis. So when I was at Harvard at the Kennedy School, right, we did risk probability studies. And it was based on the Cuban Missile Crisis, Graham Ellison.
Okay.
So we did the probability, and you assign probabilities. You get all these experts, and they would ask them from their point of view, what's the likelihood, let's say, Russia attacking Ukraine? And then you have all these people, and then you would assign probabilities, and you come up with the average. That's what we used to do. You'd ask the question, get the results, and then that actually is useful because you don't have to be right. Because some people think the probability is like 0. The others think it's like 80%. So you get to hear all the opinions behind a number, and then you get an average.
Yeah, exactly.
And then, but you pick things that you can actually test, which, or could happen more close in, not 40 years from now, so more immediate, like within a year or two, ideally. Like, when the Brexit, we're all betting on Brexit. Like, what's going to happen with the UK when they go Brexit and all this, right?
Yeah.
Right? That was a kind of like a parlor game for us. I think people will pay for that in terms of the navigation because it's a probability thing. It's like quantum, right? It's a probability thing. What is the probability of something happening? But there's a wide band from 0 to 100%, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So there's no right or wrong. You just have to say, why did you choose, let's say, 60% versus 10, right? And then hear all the arguments.
Yeah, there's a lot to think about that.
That's useful. Well, we used to do that because, Shell used to do that after the OPEC crisis. I worked at Bechtel in construction. And there was this one, we got all the information from all the, like news and politics and all that. And then there was some reports coming out from all over the place that the Shah of Iran was going to fall. This is like 1978, 77, 78. And I said, but the military is behind the Shah. And they said, no, there's a lot of fundamentalists who hate the Shah and everything he represents, foreign, And so Bechtel kept all of its investments short-term leases and rent, no long-term investments on the ground. And they told all the Bechtel people there working in Iran, you have to carry your passport with you and $1,000 and a one-way ticket out to Iran. Everywhere you go.
Everywhere you go.
Okay. So guess what happened? The Shah fell. Guess The first plane out of Tehran had all 100 Bechtel employees.
Yeah.
And we lost 0 on the ground. You know what happened to all the Europeans and Japanese and other countries?
No.
They lost tens of billions of dollars because they had long-term investments on it, and all the people got stuck in Iran with the Shah in power, and they couldn't get out of the airport, and it was like pretty scary. So we learned. We said that the probability of the Shah falling was like 95%. And we were right. And then later, when I was working at Bechtel, there was this one newsletter came out. Well, Colby, he was the ex-CIA guy, and he was selling a commercial newsletter. And everybody got it because, it was commercial and publicly available. Anyway, so his big newsletter in the circle that says why a war between Iran and Iraq is inevitable. And I go, what? I said, the Islamic nations. And he goes, Sheridan, have you ever studied Middle Eastern? He goes, why? Yeah, not really. He goes, okay, the Sunni and the Shiite hate each other, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. It's Americans they don't like, but the Americans just get in the way. It's really the big one is Iran versus Iraq. They hate each other. I'm like, what? I didn't know that. He goes, Sheridan, go back and study history. From the day of Islam, the Sunni and the Shiite and the families, it's been like a civil war. Oh my God, I didn't know that. The Westerners just get in the way. And I went, I didn't realize that. So guess what happened? We said, no investments on the ground, Iran or Iraq. And guess what happened? The war broke out like 6 months later. And everybody, all these companies lost billions and billions of dollars, new plants and all that stuff, Like, God, they never learned from the Shah.
Never learn.
They never learn. So one of the things you can do, which is really good, is your future navigation is, it's sort of like, instead navigation usually is left, right, okay? You could do that, which is like 360 awareness, like, so you don't get blindsided. It's like when you cross the street, right? You don't just walk across the street, right?
No.
Right? What do? You look left, you look right, you look around, make sure that you're okay, and then go, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If you're
you
blind,
read the street, and you read. That's
if you're blind, you better have somebody like who can tell you that this car is coming, and otherwise you're going to get hit, right? So that's navigation, use the guide. But the other way of thinking of it is this way: the probability is 0 to 100%.
Yeah.
So for example, let's say there's a blind corner, the analogy, a blind corner and people are coming by pretty fast. The smaller cars can stop quickly, right? So what's the probability of a big truck coming around really fast who can't stop? That's the probability problem.
Yeah.
And so you kind of have to look at the traffic and say, okay, mostly cars, 90% cars, 95%. Once in a while, truck is pretty low. But if there's a lot of trucks coming, no, it's like 99%. You're going to get hit by a big truck because there's so many trucks, right? So you look at probabilities. So kind of the 360 this way, and then 0 to 100 probability of something happening. And you could do, and you don't have to be right. You just have to ask the interesting question.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So for example, let me give you one example. I sold when my wife died in 2003, I sold my house and I met this real estate guy. And he said, you sure you want to buy a house? I go, why? He goes, well, the US, this is like 2005. He said, the US housing market's going to crash in 3 years. I go, what? He goes, they have the variable rates, the ARMs.
Yeah.
So there's 7 of them coming. And they peaked in March 2005. And 3 years, and they reset, they double.
Okay.
March 2008. I said, so what does that mean? He goes, well, they're usually giving the loans to poor people who can barely afford the mortgage. And in 3 years, everything's going to double, and they want to flip it and get more loans and all cheaper loan, but it's not going to happen. So they're all going to lose their homes, foreclosures. Okay, but once it gets going, they're issuing all these loans to poor people. Once it gets going, it's going to take the whole U.S. market, and he says it's going to collapse in the summer or fall of 2008. I said, "Are you sure?" He goes, "You stay out of the market."
Yes, they are.
And I didn't realize that the CDOs, remember they did the bad loan, they packaged it in the CDOs, they call them, certificates of deposit or whatever, and you sold it to Germany and all these countries, right? Remember? And
Yeah.
then the housing market took the whole US economy down, the whole Wall
Yes.
Street, everybody, and the Germans and everybody, remember?
Yeah, and Iceland as well.
So yeah, Iceland, everybody got killed. So I knew that I got the job offer at Jibs, Jönköping, in January 2008. And I said, "I'm getting out of the US." And they go, "Why, Sheridan?" I said, "The US economy is going to collapse in 6 months, okay?"
Yeah.
And they go, "What?" And so I told them about the housing market and all the problems are coming, in March. The reset's going to start in March, but it'll take a while. So probably like summer and the fall. Definitely by the fall, the whole thing's collapsing. Yeah. The whole US economy is collapsing. So I said, "I'm getting out of here. I'm going to Sweden for 2 years." Yeah. And so the funny part is, one of the principal, the president of the Jönköping, business school.
Yeah.
He's an economist, right? So he comes to me, he goes, "Sheridan, okay, let me ask you a question. You worked at Stanford." I go, "Yeah." He goes, "Yeah. What are you running away from?"
What are you running away from?
He goes, "Okay, you guys rank #1 in the world in like entrepreneurship, like that, and Jönköping were way down bottom." Like, so all the people here, professors, are going, "He did something illegal."
He had to flee from something.
He's running away. And I said, "What? I know I'm not running away. My wife died, that's it." But I didn't have the heart to tell him, because he probably wouldn't believe me. I said, "No, the US economy is going to crash in 6 months, and I want to get the hell out of there," which is the real reason I left. Besides, I wanted to see Sweden. And right on schedule, something went.
Bam, yeah, I remember that.
Right? And then 6 months later, I was in Stockholm and I was reading the Financial Times. Right? And guess what? They had the chart that my friend showed me 5 years earlier.
The exact same chart.
All setting.
Yeah.
And explaining why the housing market collapsed and the CDOs and why everything went. And they basically wrote what my friend told me 5 years earlier.
Crazy.
So, I mean, sometimes it's good to do these kind of, like, I call it futurism, right? Kind of forecasting. And you run, we call it best case, worst case scenarios, and then probabilities. And you could do it for anything. It could be on politics or economics or schools or whatever, anything. But people are interested in that because, I don't want to say they like to bet, but they do like to bet. You know what I mean? Like betting pools for, sports games.
Yeah, of course. Then it becomes comprehensible and personal. Yeah.
But I think in the future, what you're doing, it's like the future. It's really, nobody knows the future, right? So all you could do is ask good questions.
Ask good questions, and you can build resilient agents and resilient networks to face adapt to any challenge as well. That's what I'm most interested in.
Yeah. So in the Pentagon, they call it 360 awareness. You know what that means, right? 360.
Yeah.
So you're looking around, all around you.
All angles and probabilities. You're looking to the past, like studying the Sunni-Shiite rivalry in the past and how it will affect the future. So how your past affects the future, present, future, but you're totally aware. And that's, I think, the best way to see, because instead of being a blind person, because most people just like, they just go from day to day and just say, they're very myopic, right? Yeah.
And they get blindsided all the time. And they go, "God, how come I get blindsided?" Well, gee, maybe when you cross the street, you should probably look both ways before you cross the street, right? But you just kind of walk across, you don't even look. You're like a 2-year-old, you don't even look. I said, you should probably look carefully around you all the time and be aware.
Yeah.
Be aware. Because things happen really fast and it's too late. once you get hit. So that's kind of the way it's more about being defensive, I think.
Yeah, I shared my favorite quote from David Bowie earlier. I have it on the back of my t-shirt here.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can read it.
Future, yeah, yes.
The future belongs to those who can hear it coming.
Yes, yeah. But I think that's
like those who can observe, see the
Mhm.
patterns. They can walk into the future.
Right. Well, the best teachers are future navigators because they prepare you for the future, right?
Exactly.
Right?
You're right.
I mean, all educators are future navigators, right?
Yeah.
The best ones, right? Because they know things that you were going to really need once you get out there by yourself, because you won't have people around you to help you anymore, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of what you're doing. You're like an educator, a good educator.
I try my best to be that. So, yeah.
Yeah, but it's so important though, because most people are asleep, right? I don't know about you, but I think most people are just like this.
Yeah.
They focus on their job, they go back and forth, back and forth.
Back and forth, stuck in the hamster wheel.
Yeah, right. So you try to get them to kind of look both ways, think about the future, think about the past, and say, what does it mean? What does it mean? What are the risks or the probabilities or whatever?
Yeah.
I think that's the way I would do it. And that's very practical. Whether you're a family or a single person, married, older, it doesn't matter. That you can. I'm getting blindsided too much nowadays. Like,
yeah, I've been blindsided myself in my life.
Like COVID, I read a book by the CDC director that he said global pandemics are inevitable.
Yeah.
And I read it, I was like, ooh. And I didn't take it.
And we all knew that. I knew that. But I thought the people that was in charge of being prepared of this was actually prepared, but they weren't.
No, they weren't. And then remember the first SARS hit?
Yeah.
And then they stopped that SARS pretty quickly, right? And Ebola, right? So I said, oh, they got it covered.
Yeah.
Wrong. So I was careless because I made some fatal assumptions, which is just because they did it in the past doesn't mean they're going to do it in the future, right?
Exactly.
Can't assume anything. That one caught. But once I knew that I had heard rumbles about COVID in January a little bit. And then the first woman died in Silicon Valley in end of January. And I said, it's here in the US. They saw only one person. I said, no, it's asymptomatic. It's symptomatic, right?
One person is never one person.
No, and it's just like the tip of the iceberg, right?
Yeah.
So, you know why why I came to Silicon Valley first? Here's my guess. Okay, you know the Consumer Electronics Show, CES, in Las Vegas, right?
So January, right? Yeah.
How many people go there every year? Second week in January. How many people?
I don't know, at least 100,000, maybe more.
200,000.
200,000, yeah.
Okay, and then later they did a survey and all that. But how many of them came of the exhibitors? Just people showing. How many came from China?
Probably 5,000.
15,000.
15,000.
Okay, so 15,000 Chinese exhibitors were showing. That doesn't include the Chinese who came. So maybe it'd have been like 20 to 30,000. Okay. But now, question. If COVID opened up in Wuhan, what's the probability that one person had been in Wuhan and got sick and passed it on throughout China? What's the probability? I was thinking in Wuhan, because it's a big city, there must have been a half a dozen people there from there, right?
Yeah.
I would have said probably 98% probability that somebody got it.
Yeah.
And one of the people was there at the CES. And then
exactly. And it only takes one.
Right, only takes one, and that one person infected somebody from San Jose, and they came home and then infected the old lady.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, that's probably what happened, because it then ended up in New York and in Paris. And everybody said, why Italy? You know what the reason there?
No.
Okay, Chinese New Year's. Right. So China didn't want to shut down to ruin its economy during Chinese New Year. So in the second week in February, remember? So everybody was like partying, going all over China, traveling overseas.
Of course.
So wintertime, they all like to go to Venice and Paris, right? And New York City. So guess where COVID showed up first?
Italy and New York City.
Right, exactly. Right. So, you know, we're all looking at, you know, after the game, what happened, right? Why it happened. But I think if you kind of sat down and thought it through, you could have predicted all of that, right?
Yeah.
You know, they're saying, in other words, if you said, okay, you have to make several assumptions. This is what your future navigation could do. It's like, okay, there's some cases of COVID in Wuhan. We know that. It's asymptomatic. It means there's more than you can see.
Yeah.
Okay. What are the, and so that's just in January. What is the odds that it's going to go overseas? Pretty high. Why? Because Chinese New Year's. During that week, all the Chinese who have money are all over the world, right? For partying and all that. So what are the odds that one or two people and all the people going overseas are going to have COVID? Just need a couple. And it's international, right? But we could have done that analysis. And in China too, you know, the whole country's open. So that means it's going to spread all over the country too really fast, right? Which is what happened. But, you know, that's where it kind of, I think if you're a future navigator, if that's the kind of stuff you could do, just thinking that, like, what if this, what if that, what if this, what if that, you know, you don't have to be right. But I think it's useful though. You would actually be advising the Swedish government or the whole European Union basically at that point, literally.
Yeah.
No, seriously. By picking things that are really important like that. And you don't have to be right. You just have to look at.
You have to see the patterns. Right. Yeah. Without seeing pattern that isn't there, because then it becomes crazy land. So you have to see.
Yeah, but once the patterns, everybody knows it, then it's easy, right? It's like a football game. Yeah. So what you're trying to say is that, like this week's football game, everyone's playing. Who's going to win? By how much and why? That's the hard part. But on Monday morning, anybody can say, yeah. It's like, hey, Monday morning quarterbacking is easy. It's like, you know, history, right? That's easy. The hard part is next week's football game. That's the tough one, because nobody knows what's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
And that's what you're doing.
Yeah.
Tell them that way.
Yeah.
You're like a betting pool for the future.
Yeah. I guess you
really
can see it like that.
You are. Because when I listen to you talking all the time, you always say future, future, future. And I go, and everybody goes, yeah. And then most people go, yeah. Future's coming, you know. But what they don't realize is that it's like next week's football game, if you're a sports fan, who's going to win and why for the week after that or the whole season, right?
Yeah.
If you're a sports franchise, you spend a lot of money and time thinking about that one. Right?
Exactly.
Does it make or break your team?
Yeah.
Right. So I think that's where you're valuable. You think like a sports coach doing a strategy, saying, how do we win each week football game to be the champion?
Yeah.
Instead of being blindsided, how do we lose every weekend? Right. Right. Most people don't want to lose every weekend.
No.
Correct.
Yeah.
Most people probably going to come to you and say, what's your value? He goes, well, I can help you win every weekend. I'm interested. But if they say, no, it's like, you're going to lose all the time. And then I'm not interested in you, because, you know, I don't want to lose every weekend.
Exactly.
Right. I like a champion team. So you could be the coach, the champion coach. right? And then, so it's like a good football coach, right? Great team, but great coach, great teams. But it comes down to the coach though, right? Because the coach picks the players and then they train them, right? Because if somebody has to build the team.
Yeah, then it's the training part and training for the right skills and the right situations and preparing for that. This is an interesting part as well. So
a single player can't win because they don't have, well, they don't pick the team and they don't know the training all right for everybody. So it's got to be the coach. That's basically you.
Yeah,
You're the coach. You're the coach, which is fun. So if you look at it that way, then it's kind of like a sports franchise in a game. It could be professional or amateur, doesn't matter.
exactly.
Right. But that's where
that's a lot to think about. And you have met Carl before, right? Yeah, as well.
Yes.
Yeah, he's the guy who's the numbers guy in our team, so he should be the one really looking into this as well. So I tried to get him on, but he's probably sleeping now. So it's very late. It's 3 a.m. here. So
you're your numbers guy, right? Your quant guy.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I just read this one book on the guy who did math, did the quant revolution in Wall Street, and he was a math guy.
Yeah.
But everybody was always into intuition and research. But he was just the quant. But they had the biggest return in history for any fund ever. Average annual 66% increase over 25 years per year.
Per year, yeah.
Per year. It's nuts. It's like, and then it says that after taxes, it's like 39% after taxes. For the last 25 years, though. That's crazy. So he proved that you in the quant mathematics, and you can pick the winners, as they say. So maybe Carl can play that role. You working with, because you need both people. You need people that you need the number. They're saying you need the guy who knows the industry or whatever, and then you need the numbers guy, the quant guy,
exactly.
To model it. Right. So basically you're the guy who would say, okay, what are the factors that are important to consider? What's the data that's important to look at? Right. And then the quant guy says, okay, and he'll just model it.
Yeah.
It's sort of like stock trading now, but it's human stock trading in that sense. You know what I mean? So you're talking about humans, not stocks.
Yeah.
So human lives.
And there's something
sort
else.
of like what CD. That's what COVID guys do, right? It's all about lives, medical. Yeah. Yours doesn't have to be medical; it could be anything. Non-medical issues, right? So anything that's you could include medical, but you don't have to limit yourself to medical. I think people actually. Here's kind of what I think. People hear all the numbers all the time coming out of CDC and all that. Like they're like sick of it. Okay, people are sick of COVID. Okay, I am. I'm fed up with it. It's like I don't want to hear it anymore. Okay,
not one more day of this. No,
like I'm so sick of it. Like if I never hear of a pandemic for the rest of my life, I'm happy. But I'm like, okay, I'll be a good boy. I'll wear my mask and do not spread it. Okay, I get it. But I don't live for my mask. Okay. I don't live for COVID. I try to avoid it. Meanwhile, I'm trying to get what's a new normal life, though? How can I be happy? That's what everybody I know is trying to do right now. Build new relationships. Like my daughter, she's trying to meet a guy. She broke up with her boyfriend. From 8-year-old relationship, right? So she went to LA. He was an engineer, really nice guy. But then she went to LA and all the people were really excited. And she goes, God. And then she broke up with him immediately. Okay. Because she dated some guys from there. And I said, why'd you date them? He goes, they're interesting. He's boring. I said, oh, okay. And so literally broke up in like less than a month. Because she saw that the world's bigger than just this engineering.
New patterns, new learning, new possibilities.
Right. Well, you know what they say in World War One. The soldiers used to go, so hard to go back to the farm when you sing gay party, Paris, right? All the fancy clubs and all that, right? Hard to go back to the farm. And that's what happened to her. She went to LA and all these people really nice to her and fun and all that. And then her boyfriend's really boring.
Yeah, it's hard to go back then. So
Yeah. So anyway, so well, it sounds like lots of fun.
Yeah. There's some people messaging me here, so maybe someone will join in. Let's see. I've been sitting here for 3 hours now.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna probably cut and have dinner. So, okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, so boy, so, anyway,
so nice to see you. So long time we saw each other.
Yeah, long time. And you look really good right now on camera. You look like a movie star. You look like a movie star. Seriously. You're very distinguished looking. I like the whole way you kind of is like very distinguished.
Yeah, thank you. I try my best. I have no.
Yeah,
I just really show up as me. That's what I do.
What's that?
I just show up as me.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. And just be yourself. Be authentic. Be real. And just share who you are.
Yeah.
Okay, because that's the most important, I think. And I think I like it because you are doing what you're doing, though. Yeah. And the reason is that a lot of people are lost right now and blind. They can't see. It's hard. It's not easy.
Yeah. We talked a lot about this earlier. How do you navigate your personal path, and how do you become more yourself? That's the question. How do I become more Captain Future, not less?
Right. Right. And the good part is you're doing it yourself, so you're actually walking the talk. In other words, you're not just lecturing, but in your own life, you're doing it.
Yeah.
So that's good, because you become a role model saying there is no certainties in life. Everything's kind of open, uncertain.
Yeah.
So how do we navigate through this uncertainty, right?
Yeah.
That's the key question for most people right now. How do we do it? And it's not easy.
No, it's super hard.
It's really hard. Really hard.
You practice.
Right. It's just like judo or whatever, martial arts.
Yeah.
It's
the future dojo.
Yeah, your dojo, right? Yeah. Yeah. So you're like the judo coach, right?
I like that.
Anyway, well, this is fun. Well, great. Well, I'll let you go. I'm gonna run.
I see Carla just showed up. You can say hi if you haven't.
Oh, we should say hi to Carla. Yeah. All right. See there. Hello. Hi, Carla. She's.
There you go.
Hi.
Hi, Carla.
Hi.
I
don't know you, but Carla, you're where are you located? Where are you located?
Washington, D.C.
Okay, I'm in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Oh, and what are you doing in San Francisco?
Well, I live here. I grew up in San Jose nearby, and so this is home, the Bay Area.
And what do you do in the Bay Area? It's such a wonderful area.
Yeah, I'm your serial entrepreneur in technology. I'm launching 2 virtual reality startups, one for medicine with German doctors in Europe, and one for climate action with a team in Boston, in Mexico City.
Oh, how cool.
So, yeah. So I'm not a techie. I'm more of the business side of the fence. So I develop, the business plan, the strategy, and, how you go from the lab into the marketplace, basically.
Yeah. I met Sheridan. You've been in Sweden, but we actually met in San Francisco the first time, I guess.
Yeah, at the SoCap, right?
Yeah, SoCap,
yeah. I met, you know Archie, right? Archie Kessler, right?
No?
Oh, okay. So he's the one at Virtual Gaia. So he's I also met him there, but he's the company I'm helping.
Okay.
I'll give you a link there. But, so Archie Crisnet, and then Boston, right? CEO, founder of virtualgaia.com. So they're doing the climate action stuff. So I just put it there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's one. So anyway, Carla, what is your interest, or what do you like doing?
Well, I have been coaching people to feel confident speaking English. I've been doing a lot of interviews of people all around the world. And I have a show which Michael has been on a few times called Mindful with Carla and Friends, where we discuss the expansion of the mind.
Okay, very good.
So I do a number of.
Are you interested in psychology?
And I have a crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, I am.
So you're interested in psychology of people or social attitude?
Yeah. That's part of what Mindpooler is about. Wouldn't you say that, Michael?
Yeah, it is. You like exploring the human endeavor. I like to call it.
Right.
Okay, very good.
And I have a friend who decided he wanted to be on my lap.
a very cute friend.
Right. Very good.
He thinks he's my child.
Very good. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, so that's good. So are you originally from Washington State or DC area? Or?
Actually, I'm originally from Philadelphia area.
Okay.
I've been here for about 30 years.
All right, good. Excellent. So you're pretty active with the navigation group with no? Are you
Yes and no. I've been around it, not often, but I've been around it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Michael, how are you? It's been a long time since I've seen you.
Yeah, I'm getting by. I'm feeling a lot better now, so I feel positive about the future again. So I feel excited doing this live stream. I haven't done live stream in a long while, so it feels really exciting to do this right now. So.
I didn't know that you were not feeling great.
Yeah, it's been a hard 2 years for me, almost all alone. So.
Yeah. The only
well,
reason
it's been hard. Go on.
Yeah, I think everybody's been kind of feeling isolated. Like I have a daughter, but otherwise, when she's not around, I'm all alone all the time because I just don't meet that many people nowadays.
No one does.
Nope. So we all feel like lone navigators, as they're saying right now, right?
Yeah, we are.
Mm-hmm. It's weird.
But
this is really weird. What's that?
Go on.
This is really a weird, almost surreal experience. You know, this last 2 years. Yeah. It's almost like something out of a bad movie, you know, like
exactly. Who wrote this movie?
God, you know, it's like my friend warned me. You know what he said? Okay, when COVID, I heard about it in the end of January, 2020, and he said, Sheridan, martial law is going to be declared in the United States. I go, what? He goes, COVID is here. There's going to be lockdown. Every city and town in the United States to be locked down. You can't go out in the streets. I go, what are you talking about? Are you crazy? It sounds like a bad movie, right? From Hollywood. He goes, no, Sheridan. He goes, I just heard from my buddies in the Pentagon. He goes, there's going to be martial law. Nobody's going to be allowed in the streets. I go, you're crazy. And then 2 weeks later, Mayor London Breed, San Francisco, locks down the whole city, said, nope, nobody goes out.
Exactly.
We're the first city to lock down. And I'm going, what? So everybody scrambled for toilet paper, remember? We all went to like Costco or places.
Swedish
and
did
bought
the
out-
opposite. We didn't lock down. We just made a suggestion that people stay inside, but there was
Right.
no physical
Right.
actual.
So anyway, they locked down 100%. So nobody's out in the street for like 2 months. It was like, and I said, my God, this feels like a surreal movie,
Yeah.
like in a sci-fi movie. It was really weird.
Really weird.
And it hasn't ended. It's still on. You know, all the big people coming back, but no, not like before though.
It's never like before, I guess. It's
Yeah.
never gonna be like before. It's always gonna be. This has changed something for many people moving out of big cities and things like that.
Yeah. But it's weird. It's not meeting people. That's the weird part. Like I used to be like meeting like hundreds of people every week, and now I'm lucky if I meet like 2 people.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's weird. It's just weird.
But
And-
at the same time,
You know?
we would not be meeting if it wasn't for the internet.
No.
We're thousands of miles away from each other.
Maybe. I don't know. I was still online a lot though before, you know. I just didn't use Zoom or anything at all before. But we would talk a lot, you know, by phone and then Skype earlier.
Skype, yeah. I used Zoom a lot before COVID, but
Right.
I met so many people who didn't. So that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to do Skype calls with my friend in China for like, we used to talk for like 4 hours at a time with Skype. Like in 2006. Yeah. So I got used to doing long distance calls on Skype with China, East Coast, Europe. So Zoom wasn't that big a deal in the beginning. Right? It's just
No,
more
but
people.
the COVID accelerated for a lot of people this digital
Yeah.
way of doing things. So.
Yeah. It was weird. I mean, I thought, I don't know. I kind of, when I was using Skype on myself, and that long people, like 3 or 4 hours at a time,
Yeah.
like I was the only one practically I knew who did that, right? And then Zoom now, boom, suddenly everybody's doing it, right? So
Yes.
it's strange. It just I don't know. Sometimes it feels like a surreal movie, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where it's like a neutron bomb hit the city and then there's no people.
No, empty streets.
Like San Francisco is like so crowded downtown, you couldn't even walk around. It was like crazy, right? Like 2 years ago, no, 2018, 16, 15. And then you go downtown now, like you're lucky if you see anybody on the street. It's like ghost town, you know.
Must have felt so surreal.
It's really surreal. It's weird. I mean, it's like a bomb hit it and everybody just disappeared. And all my friends in tech, okay, are gone. All of them almost.
They moved out.
Yeah, or they just left town, or they don't come because there are no events, right? So how would you meet them, right?
Exactly.
They had actually they had the first event this week. The game developers. I'm not a gamer, so I didn't go, but they had a lot of people there. But it's still like half or a third of before. But first time in 2 years. First time in 2 years.
Yeah.
So I haven't been to any in 2 years. So I don't even know what an event looks like. It's weird. But anyway.
Really weird.
Yeah. I mean, we used to go to events all the time. Like literally every day go to events, right? And meet people and eating, drinking and partying and whatever, right? It's like
all changed.
and
all
suddenly
down,
this become a hermit. I feel like a monk. And then after a while, I think a lot of people's like, there's something wrong with me. Right? You feel like I must be not likable because I don't have any friends. And then I thought about it, I said, but everybody left town. So
That's not the case, no.
I'm just the last man standing here. That's it. And everybody else is gone.
Mhm.
So it's weird. Isn't it kind of weird? I don't know. So I don't feel so bad now. Because in the beginning, I don't think most people like to say it, but then being alone too long is kind of weird. It's like a hermit. But then after a while, you blame yourself to say, I'm not likable, therefore I don't have any friends, therefore I'm by myself. But you don't want to say it.
Yeah,
because it looks
not out loud.
Yeah, you don't say it loudly because other people might say, "Yeah, we agree with you," But you don't want to say it, and then your friend, you go, "How's life?" And you go, "Oh God, I can't stand this anymore. I'm all by myself all the time." And then I hear it from everybody else, and it goes, "You too?"
Yeah.
And I go, "How long?" 2 years. And I said, "You mean I've been hiding this for 2 years? I didn't tell it." And it goes, "No, Sheridan." And I said, "You're not the only one, Sheridan. Everybody I know is like lockdown, or like, they don't get to meet their friends anymore."
Yeah. You have to go, Carla, but it's nice to see you.
Anyway, I'm gonna run too.
I just wanted to come and say hello.
Yeah, it's great to see you. Say hello. So
Well, I'm gonna run.
Nice to
I'll let
meet
you guys go. Okay. Take care.
yeah, I
Thanks
see you all.
for your time, Michael. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Sorry.
No problem.
I'm glad you did this. I had been thinking about you and wondering where you were.
Yeah. So I'm at Stellan's place.
Bye. But I really do.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Get a banana peel before you split.
Yeah. I will do that. I will soon go to bed here as well. There you go. I will have a short bar break. I will be back soon and see if someone else will join me. And then, or else I will continue somewhere where I left off on my story about the human endeavor for as long as I can take it. The captain is back. This time with some OG orange juice. So where do we leave off? Sheridan is such a kind and funny soul, and Carla is also such a fine human being, doing kindness and good for the world. That's what we need more of: kindness and caring and learning and playful and perspective. Things I wrote down here. Or else, how would I remember that? Okay, I know them from my heart. That's curiosity, wisdom. Yeah, we were talking about life. And there was this second order of learning, that life progressed. If you can use a term like progress. Super fascinating. And the process here, of course, also life started to understand signaling, outside signals, but also emit signals to communicate. So that's a communication, something the universe has been doing for a long time. It's sending out signals, but there was no receiver, no observer. So the communication never took part. We didn't know what light from a distant galaxy meant, because there was no one there to observe it, what we know of. This is, of course, the model out of our human experience of this, and mine, me as an observer, and we humans as collective observers of the universe and life. And in some cases, life even started leaving artifacts behind. In this case, it was simple artifacts like the shells of all the life in chalk. The chalk shells made of chalk that they left behind in the ocean, that then gave rise to limestone. The limestone we have today, all created out of the shells, the artifacts of life. And things like fossils, of course, is the biomass of dead plants. Before there was bacteria to break it down, most of the energy and the biomass in dead plants just piled on, and that's what gave us oil, gas, and coal we have today. So there's also an ancient artifact left behind by life, and that's how that's why we have both the society full of energy today, and also the challenge that our insate energy hunger transcribed. And this artifact is just not physical object, that they also like in the fossil case contained energy. So if we went back to the energy cycle, then we have artifacts with potential energy inside it, stored energy. Super fascinating in itself. This, of course, life is something you can talk a lifetime about and not being done, but this is part of simplifying it down to an understandable level. But life began a complex cycle of creating events, creating artifacts, creating signals, and also interacting and progressing the learning, the evolution of life in itself. Many types of species. We went from plants and animals and bacteria and fungus and all of that, and also like the whole evolution tree, a constant learning tree of adapting, responding and adapting to the environment and itself, and in the interaction between species, prey and predator and things like that evolved life, the constant process of learning. And that was it for a very long time. This was the process that evolution drove forward. And it took time. It took millions of years, or at least 100,000 years, to things to change, and sometimes quicker, depending on the stress the life was experiencing itself in this process. But then something happened. For a long time, animals used all basic kind of signaling, like the color of your skin or feathers or shell, to signal if you were dangerous, if you wanted to mate and things like that. We used all kinds of signaling and even sounds. So then you have to be of the server of that and interpret that signals for what, if was this a danger, was this something you could eat, was this something you should mate with, and things like that. And this gave rise to a learning circle of communication in itself, where signals and observer evolved the learning circles, and they became animals that could mimic poison animals and then get away with not being eaten because they looked like it, without them even, they didn't sit down at a conference table. What if we all painted our shell red, like the poisoned version of our species? Then maybe people would eat us less. There was an emerging process of evolution that gave rise to this learning. But there was a learning process, and it's universal. We can see the mimicry being part of many types of different species, insects, snakes, amphibians, and things like that. And the amphibians didn't go, look what the snakes are doing. Maybe we should do something about that. But it's a learning process of mimicry, and it wasn't like the kind of mimic we have today. Like you actually look at something and you do it yourself. I say, okay, that human painted his skin red, I can paint my skin red. But it wasn't the conscious actions from the agent, but this was a part of DNA and evolution of DNA and RNA and environment that made this learning process as well. So it's super fascinating. So this learning process started as a simple one, and life in itself evolved a type of learning that could take place, like mimicry and signaling and communication and sound and colors and everything else. And it's universal. We can see it in all life forms. Maybe it's because we're all based on DNA. It emerges everywhere where there is DNA, but we can see that so many different types of species evolved all these kinds of communication, many types of vibration, sound, senses, and learning and adaptation processes to this, and mimicry and things like that. Super fascinating in itself for this, of course. And in this, maybe this was all there was about to be. For a long time, this was the process, life emerging, this system's behavior of artifacts and signaling and energy transformation and learning. But then we will, of course, come to us humans. Like many mammals, we have language, we have a crude self-awareness and things like that. But we started something even more complex, a learning process where we could leave behind narrative artifacts. Like we can actually leave a painting on a cave wall for someone else to observe it. We didn't just paint ourselves, or like so many animals leave tracks in nature, in like paths in the sand that you could read, smells, and like artifacts in the natural environment that's there way long before the animal had left them. Tracks in the sand or something like that, smells in the water, smells in the air, or like and many animals left deliberative smell markings behind by spraying your urine on a tree and marking your territory and things like that. And that's all part of the learning cycle. But even so, when we came up with a even more sophisticated way of language, something else happened in our learning. The learning accelerated because all the other learning animals had done before us, like I said, millions of thousands, hundreds of thousands or 10,000s of thousands of years for this learning cycles to, because there was no storing the learning in itself outside the body. We stored the signals and the artifacts outside our body, but the learning in itself was not there for someone else to pick up on, because every animal when it was born had to start over. But then mammals started actually to raising their kids. They started learning their young cubs or things like that, how to hunt or how to do things that they wasn't born with. They had to observe their mother and things like that. Of course, in many species, this come to themselves. All species eventually learn to hunt for themselves, if not taught by the mother, or else they will perish. There was some, I don't know exactly how it is, but as soon as we had this language, we can start to transfer knowledge stories, and this gives rise to something I want to call narrative. Narrative has been part of many of the animal kingdoms, with colors and patterns and what is the meaning of a red snake. Birds know it's toxic, so it's a kind of narrative. Red is toxic, and it's universal. So a red beetle is as toxic as a red snake. So the signal of a bright color is a form of narrative. Bright color is a narrative for toxic, maybe, or something like that. But we took that a whole level wider, because we could store so much more information and so much more narrative in a simple story, and we could evolve that over lifetimes or generations instead of hundreds of generations. We could do it in a couple of generations as well. As started this going, but for a long time this took a very long time. Like the earliest stone axe, for a very long time, the early stone axe was just a copy of a copy of a copy. No one invented a better stone axe. We just copied the ones we had, and that's why many of the archaeological findings of the early stone axe, they all look the same, because there was copies of copies. There was no innovation or improvement process or learning in itself there. But the stone axe in itself was the first step of this process of leaving behind an artifact that we can learn from, or mimic or copy. Copy something that we can actually consciously understand in our mind, as well as something that is not a living thing. The stone axe is not the shell of another animal. This is an innate object, an artifact. And then we come to language, a game breaker. Before that, we could mimic, and probably I don't know the exact order, but we could mimic making fire. We learned that fire was good, because in the wake of a forest fire, there would be seeds that were more edible. There would be the cooked meat of animals that died in the fire that was more preferable to eat, and that developed for us a taste in cooked meat and cooked nuts and cooked seeds that was baked in the fire. So that was also a learning. We learned very quickly to adapt to even more to an environment with two events taking place. So we started to do the coupling of fire as an event, then gave rise to the event of finding more energy-rich food, that is cooked food, or cooked nuts, cooked meat, and things like that. But the narrative in itself gave rise to a narrative outliving outside a human body and agent, so that narrative can survive, and the narrative itself became a self-propelling entity, so that when you study what the meme is, and the meme complex, that a story in itself is a meme that just becomes a living entity, but not living in the sense of a living life, but a living process of perpetuating itself, transfer from agent to agent to agent, and evolving at the same time, because they evolved. The stories we transferred between generations, they evolved in itself, but they became a separate narrative artifact that lived outside human body, but needed human bodies in symbiosis to transform themselves. It's a super fascinating artifacts, language, everything. That's the mailman outside. It's the middle of the night here. And I won't go super deep into this, but learning patterns and learning artifacts and learning narratives in itself became super important. So for anything, a narrative can direct a human agent to do things. So I can be told or enabled by a narrative for me to choose to do something. Just like in the simplest form, me observing a red snake as a mammal can inform me that stay away from this. It can form my actions, but a narrative, as our narratives became more complex, they can give rise to even more complex behavior and events in itself that can trigger other events and give rise to system events that trigger each other and things like that. So that means that finally we come to a place where it's not just energy and the natural laws that drives event, that gives rise to patterns of events, that it becomes systems of events, but there is another part that is what we call narratives. And narratives can be stored in artifacts like texts or symbols or paintings, but narratives can also be like signaled by the lower form of energy that we call signals. We say light patterns and things like that. And of course, it's a combination of both. In order for you to interpret a physical artifact like painting on the wall, you use the physical signaling light of color, and your eyes as observant sensors of that color to interpret the narrative inside the painting on the wall. So it's a complex relationship even there. But as human civilization arouses on today, we can see that narrative in itself is a major driver of all human behavior. It's not just energy that gives rise to our chemical signaling inside our bodies, as we have low blood sugar, therefore we are hungry, therefore we must go find food. That means eating food we already had, go hunt for food or pick fruits or whatever, that incentives. But the internal biological signaling processes that makes us go eat because we feel a sensation of hunger. But this complex weave of narratives have given rise to all kinds of human agency and behavior, like all the things I do in my daily life. Very few of them are triggered by my biochemical DNA programming of reading internal senses and hormones and things like that. Of course, narrative uses all this biochemical components inside of me to trigger my behavior, but the narrative itself can give rise to actions that never took place in nature anywhere before humans came along. That made us also create this whole cycle of artifacts that we today call buildings or vehicles or clothes or weapons or tools or infrastructure, pipes, or we come back to what we made containers out of metal that could keep the air in and the vacuum out, keep the air inside and not spread out the vacuum. So we actually can travel to the moon in hard vacuum inside this metal container, an artifact we created. This artifact in itself containing of thousands of put together artifacts, but we also used all kinds of narrative to use levers and instruments and things like that to direct the agency of this dead artifact using energy in the propellants. It becomes a very complex circle of artifacts and energy and narratives that made us go to the moon. But in itself, the realization that everything that takes place in society is an event. The event can be triggered by signaling a narrative or signaling from biochemicals and molecules and other physical signals. But everything that happens, every event that happens, when is a transformation of energy into another energy state that can move agents and artifacts along. And all these events can become patterns of events that become systems, and all these pattern systems can interact with millions of other pattern systems to form even complexer enmeshment of systems all working together. That today is the biosphere, a super complex enmeshment of millions of different events, patterns, and systems that constantly interacts in a flow of events, all using energy that mostly come from the sun, and it can be like direct solar energy that gives rise to photosynthesis that store carbon sugars that we use for metabolism to drive our all animals in itself, or it can be indirect energy that is stored in the ancient artifacts of coal, oil, and stuff that we then use inside our artifacts in itself. So an artifact can now be a self-directed artifact, and now we have autonomous machines, or almost autonomous machines, or automatic machines that in itself are propellant of events triggered by energy, directed by artifact narratives like programming and things like that in computers and control systems. So it's super fascinating that we have created this artificial artifact, of course, and artificial being related, artificial systems of artifacts mimicking what life has been doing as living agents, using energy to trigger events that give rise to systems of events. So what do we use this for? Two things. Of course, talking about this learning process, the first order of learning, the universe in itself, learning to make better and more complex planets and atoms. And then the second order of learning, how life eventually became a self-learning perpetual system of creating more life that evolved over time. And then the third order of learning, we humans using signaling and narrative and observer functions of ourselves as agents to create a whole living system of artifacts and narratives that are stored without us and directs us, and even now in our artificial artifacts become systems in themselves. So the learning take very slowly, faster, and today we are at this peak learning or peak now, but we are this enormous amount of accelerated learnings, accelerated number of artifacts and agents in a human society. There's so many artifacts and so many things that's never been seen before. I can look around, you can see behind me all the books and things, and I can see the computer, the phone, the lamps, everything, the cords, the internet, everything, millions of artifacts taking place in me transmitting this story to you, and you observing this off a screen, hearing the sound from a speaker that in itself, lots of artifacts that transform within learning acceleration. And where's the end of that? We now, there's like this popular story of showing the amount of information, that information is a form of narrative artifact that we store. Mostly from the beginning was the physical artifact, like storing text on a book, on a pergament, and then we started speeding that up by inventing the printing press that speeded up the amount of information artifacts, and now we have digital information artifacts, that the hard drives and the memories that gives rise to the computer and everything. But the amount of information that we create today in the internet in form of all kinds of media that we store on hard drives in server halls, computer centers all over the world, and in our local computers and phones. I have millions of artifacts inside my phone here, narrative artifacts, of course, all the files and bits and photos and everything, if you break it down. All that gives rise to this information expressway in parallel to the learning express of this artifacts learning about itself. And now we go in, now we are at the place where we start talking about machine learning and even AI coming up, that this learning, these automatic artifacts not only directing themselves but also learning about themselves, a self-learning system of artifacts that is outside life. But in tandem, we humans learn so much. The learning, the amount of science and scientific papers and books and everything, the learning that take place in human society has also accelerated in this. So is there any of this? This is going to continue to skyrocket? Do it tip off like an S curve, or is this a hard break where human society of self-learning artifacts and objects is self-destruct, or where do we go from here? But the important thing here is learning is the common denominator in the learning universe. We are part of this, and we must go much deeper into learning. We talked earlier today about learning takes place during playfulness and caring and curiosity, all the things. Of course, learning in itself is something we can talk about for thousands of hours, and we all know that there's a problem with school and lifelong learning today. We're not even close to figuring out how we do comprehensive global learning as a global society and living human agents and things like that. And the other thing is understanding everything that happens in the world depends on energy to trigger events that give rise to systems. So we must understand energy, events, and the patterns of systems that arises from events, or one-offs, like very rare events, but they also happen, like supernovas, very far in between, but they do happen, and there is a pattern between them as well. But you can see them as one-off, and maybe there is. And in the complex human society, some events only happens once because they're truly a one-off, because for the conditions where they're triggered will never be set again. So the condition where a one-off event happened can never occur again, because that type of condition will never be there again, or something like that, if you know what I mean. But yeah, most of them are at least patterns as well of events. So we must understand the relationship between energy, events, patterns, events, artifacts, narrative artifacts that drives agency, and all the agents that we have, like human agents and artificial agents. Like my phone is an agent. It can make things happen. It can make sound. It can make light. It can make things. So it's a programmed artifact, and soon it's a learning artifact that can realize its own learning inside itself, accelerated learning inside itself, machine learning, and then AI and some things like that. So that's the complete understanding of all things. And what do we do with this? For us humans, we are the agents, and we navigate the world using narratives, and we must become much better at understanding ourselves as agents, and we must become much better at the self-understanding narrative, and what narrative gives rise to in events and patterns of events. And that's where we come back to our future navigation model. We have this, what we call eventification. Understand that everything is events in society. It can be one-off events like a conference, or it can be pattern events like waking up and going to work every day, commuting, exercising, growing and eating food, and things like that. Eventification, everything is events, and how do we make every event, understand them and make better events? So one-off events, like a conference, we can have a super boring, super bad conference, and we can have a super good conference. And it's also connected, what type of learning occurred during the event, like in conference? Was there any learning at all, or was there no learning at all, no interaction between the agents, no one exchange, new insights, new learning taking place at this event? So learning is coupled to this event in parallel. So understanding this relationship with events and the learning is what we call eventification. And then we have what we call journification. That is a deeper connection. Like all these four parts, eventification, journification, unification, and amplification, they're all connected. So journification is a different aspect of this. So it takes a pattern of events, learning events, and transcribes this into what we call a learning journey. And just so journification is the deeper understanding of itself, society, and society's understanding of itself as well. And then if you go into machine learning and AI, even artifacts understanding and learning of themselves, or whatever their purpose is. So journification is an understanding of the learning, understanding of the purpose of the journey, and the meaning of the journey. and that's connected to narrative. What is the narrative that drives the journey? What is the narrative that we learn during the journey? And what types of narrative directs the journey? The humans agents in a journey, and also all the artifacts that we bring that is in a journey. So you can view as building a highway is a journey, building a church is a journey, writing a book is a journey, living a life is a journey, raising a child is a journey, going to university for a year, learning a new skill is a journey. Actually going on a trip, seeking new perspective is like the literal meaning of the old meaning of a journey, going on a physical journey somewhere. So all this comes together, what we call understanding journification. How does, I talked about pathing before, how does pathing choices informs all the agents and all the interactions in the systems of a journey, all the journeys that go on in parallel. So path forms, when you take a journey, the path is the thing you're on. You're on a path, and the journey takes place on a path. So that's why you come to pathing literacy. I talked about before. Pathing is part of journification. And then we have what we called amplification. That's understanding that every system has feedback loops. So every event trigger other events that trigger events itself. And some of them like is part of a trigger loop, like we call a circular system. So that one event trigger one, trigger the first, trigger the fourth, and the fourth trigger the first again. And things like that. It's a circular system of events triggering itself, and that circle can be amplified or de-amplified. So you can put more energy into it, and the outcome is that after a couple of cycles, they double the amount of agents in that system, and it could be living agents like amplification of population. It can also be amplification of narrative. So this applies to both agents and narrative artifacts. So amplification, you can amplify a narrative message so it reaches more agents. That's the traditional sense what we told it. If I amplify a message so that it reaches more humans, I amplified it. I can also amplify a message not so it reaches the same amount of humans, but the message in itself become clearer. That is a learning process of the narrative, evolving the narrative, so that a narrative become more receivable or less receivable, or also changing the narrative. So the amplification can enhance the narrative pattern. Amplification can make a learning pattern reach more people. Amplification can transform or disform a pattern. So if, like, we take fake news, it's a cycle of disforming a learning by amplifying a false pattern of narratives that isn't true. The narrative and the pattern itself exists, but the learning or the narrative, the artifact contains a narrative that doesn't match to the world in itself. But this is, if you connect it to other systems, you can see there's a mismatch there. But inside the one single narrative, there's a amplification process of distorting a message, so it disconnects from the artifacts or the agents it forms about. So very complex, but that's the basics of amplification. Take any type of learning patterns and learning narrative, spread it to more, spread it to less, amplify it, evolve it, distort it, make it learn about itself, and things like that. Amplification. And that's a process we can also, as human agents, inform upon and improve upon or decrease upon. So these are activities. Eventification is the understanding of events and how we trigger and create events. Journification in the understanding of a process of events that makes a journey. So a journey over time. And how do we direct journeys? By pathing them. What path are they on? How do they interact with everything else? And then we have amplification. It's about the learning patterns of human agents and the learning patterns of narrative artifacts in itself, like text and messages, songs, culture, all cultural artifacts can be part of amplification. We can amplify the message, we can amplify the number of receivers and things like that. And then we come to the last part that we call unification. How does things connect together? There's an understanding what happens when you unify this type of agent with this agent, what happens when you put acid in water. Like that's a physical part of this, but what happens when you bring things together, connect them, connection and belonging, building communities, connecting stories, connecting a human agent with a story, connecting, merging two narratives. Then you come, this of course goes into the amplification part, what happens when you merge two narrative and make a new narrative out of them. But the unification, also the understanding how connected things trigger each other. So how does one connected thing trigger another event, trigger another event? How does two humans that come together learn from each other and things like that? So unification is network theory, and unification is understanding the connectedness of all things in a system, and the connectedness of all systems between all systems of events. So different systems that have some kind of contact space between them. It can be physical contact space, like this type of animal living in this environment, where another bio living process takes place, and how they connect together was the thing for a long time. But now a narrative system can interact with a living system, can interact with the artifact system, like roads can interact with the life living on the road, connecting with the human narrative, directing the traffic on the road and things like that. So understanding unification is how everything connects together. So how do we then make a better society out of this? This is understanding first why things are happening, and what is the difference between an agent, an event, and a system, and a signal, an artifact, a narrative, and things like this, and how it's all directed by energy and not a narrative. So the main drivers in this is still energy and narrative. That is the deep understanding of and how does the human endeavor connect to this, and how do we direct human agency in all this? And that's understanding janification, eventification, amplification, and unification. So that's our basic understanding. What is the model for human future navigation? Is understanding these 4 deeper processes that take place in human society, and direct them for better outcome, and of course better the learning taking place in all these 4 activities, because learning is connected to all 4 of them. So learning is the arc of the universe inside of this, together with an energy and narrative, that is where the learning takes place, with the help of energy and narrative. And what does it mean? Like me, Carl, and Bartola talked about applying future navigation model to a city. How can we direct, or a country, or organization, a company, institution, a community of people? How can we direct the events taking place inside a place? If we call all this place organization as on a city level, how can we make better events in a city? Everything from the special events like festivals to the more basic human daily activities, like going to work, or where you buy your food, and how transportation of every physical artifact takes place, and also the transformation of all digital narrative artifacts take place. How do you create better events, better stories, better narrative, releasing a statement, releasing a news, creating a movie, giving a theater presentation, giving a talk, having a conversation or a dialogue? All these are events that we can be aware of and make the better type of events. And then we have the journification that today is very current in what we would call lifelong learning. How do we help every human on their path, and how do we collectively reorganize our path? The classical way we have done this is using a narrative that we call money. So I have I came up with a very short but funny definition of money that reads like this. I will read it out for you. Money is a token system to enable narrative-driven agency in human agents. So many people think that the economy is money. The economy is what I described before. It's a lot of agents and artifacts and narrative interacting, creating events. Money in itself, you can put money anywhere in the world. You can put a pile of cash on the moon. You can put a pile of cash in the desert. You can put a pile of cash in the forest. And say, if you put it on the moon, build a moon base. Money will, if you send a bag of cash to the moon and says build a moon base, it doesn't happen. But at the same time, some people says to build a moon base, it costs money. So the people think that the money itself is the thing building a moon base. But money is in itself is just a narrative that enables human agents and artifact agents to self-direct themselves into building this moon base. That makes sense. Money in itself is just a narrative agent that enables human agents and artifact agents to make events that then gives rise to systems. And that's the basic understanding. The economy doesn't run on money. Money is a narrative. So I guess since something can run on narrative, you can say that it runs on money narrative. But in itself, it also needs an energy system, and nothing moves without energy. So the world's run on energy, and it directs by narratives. And that's and a narrative can be anything from a story, any kind of story, or narrative pattern. And money in itself is a narrative pattern that we understand as human agents. But you can't give money to a dog and say go hunt something. They want another kind of. They want a piece of meat or a piece of dog candy or something to do something. If you give money to a dog, it won't do nothing. So money doesn't do anything. It's just a narrative that only works on human agents. You can't give money directly to your phone and say do something, but you can, since now money is a digital artifact, you can give my phone a digital narrative to say unlock this game app to me, download this app, and then if this game app costs money, I have to send a digital narrative that says I have now given the supplier of this digital artifact permission for my phone to request a download and get it. So in that essence, money is a digital narrative that also works on artificial agents, not just human agents, but for all other agents in the universe. You can you can say, hey sun, can you shine 5% less brighter? If we give you $1 gazillion, the sun would not respond to that kind of money narrative. The sun doesn't understand money narrative. If you want to have a great example in that. Hope this all makes sense. This is what I have in my head right now around this. So, and also like energy, of course, signals narrative. Signals is a part of energy, but also signals are also part of physical narratives, all from enzymes till a cave painting or a book, the printing on a page of a book that gives out signals using the physical laws of the universe. So, yeah, the learning, the understanding of how the universe works, and understanding the human-driven part of this that uses human agents, human narrative, and things like that. So all this you must use as a kind of model, and when you see something happening in society or see something happening in nature, when you have these glasses that my models give, you will understand why it takes place and how you as a human agent can direct it to make something else happen, have a desired outcome. Like a simple task. If I want a tree to fall, I can use all kinds of human narratives to say, I can tell myself, go grab an axe and cut it down. I can use a story and a narrative to tell someone else, please bring a chainsaw and cut that tree down. I can use indirect things like put a kind of insect on it that eats trees, that over time eats away the bark, that the tree dies and falls over. A very slow process of that. But to understand that for a thing to happen, we can use all kinds of systems, events, and narrative to make that happen. And for creating a better tomorrow and a better future, what I'm about, that's understanding the 4 aspects of this: the eventification, what is an event, what type of event can we direct, and how do we make better events? What is the journeyification? What is the learning that takes place? How can we direct paths of learning in human agents and as a collective society, as the societal learning? How can we amplify the right narratives, and how can we de-amplify the wrong narratives? And how can we unify? How can we connect the right stories with each other, the right humans with each other, the right networks with each other, how can we inform, like the simple act of giving someone a book. It's both an event, the actual I take a book and I give it in your hand, it's an event, but it's also a sort of unification. I unify you with the narrative of the book. That also inclines that you don't just have the book, but I actually expect you to read it, and that can be a narrative in itself. And understanding that from an amplify message is, maybe you're like me, you're a listening learner, so understanding that for you to take the message of the book, I need to give you an audiobook and a digital artifact in itself. Or if I know that you like to read things with your eyes, I give you the physical book that you want to read. Or you have a digital reading tab, you actually read it with your eyes. You can either listen to or read the same type of message. The same narrative is present in different kinds of artifacts, a digital artifact, a physical artifact, or in this case, a digital artifact that is either text on a phone, or an audio file on a phone, or a combination of both, a video file with both moving pictures and an audio connected to it, and things like that. So understanding that to amplify the right message, to give me the right type of artifact, the right type of artifact container for the same type of narrative, is part of amplify as well. And for unification is that's connecting me to the books. And we go for the journification, that's understanding that for me to understand this book, I maybe have to read another book before this, or I have to have a reference point of mind to learn something else before and after this, to give context to what's in this specific book. So that's a simple example of the narrative message of a book in the aspects of eventification, journification, unification, and amplification. But this is also a simplification of even that one event, because it's more complex and more connected, and so. But for us to understand what human society is about, we have to have at least these goggles on to understand what I've been talking about you to now for an hour or so, or more. I hope this makes sense together with you. I will go on a very short stretching my legs and get something from my throat to drink more. And I will be back shortly to finish this conversation and this broadcast for you. Thank you. Thank you, my dear listener. And thank you, Michael, myself. I thank myself for doing this. This is the first time I put it all together in one conversation, even if it was divided in the middle by Sheridan listening to me. But to understand the whole learning arc of the universe and the rise of events, the rise of agents, the rise of artifacts, and the rise of narrative inside the universe that in itself gives rise to a process of accelerated learning. And also understanding how do you navigate all this using 4 types of mindsets: the eventification, unification, and amplification of all types of events and narratives inside human society and the total human endeavor. Then we can of course go down specifically to things like motivation, emotions, caring, perspective, learning in itself. There's so everything of this, of course, is like just touching the very tip of the iceberg of, but this is to give a comprehensive, holistic view of human society and human endeavor and the universe itself. And I hope I've touched upon something, because I have been looking everywhere for an explanation model that is holistic and as simplified and understandable as this. So, and there's so much to explore, and you're welcome to explore this with me. I've been exploring much of this inside a collective sense-making and meaning-making exercise that we call the Glassbit Games. That is a kind of wisdom gym, mind gym, a cognitive gym, where you train your brain to see and understand these things. And in every some exercise, we take a word or a concept, like it could be energy, it could be agent, it could be caring, it could be learning, it could be play, and things like that, and life. We played on many of these concepts and words to understand how they in self, the meaning and what it is, and also how it connects to everything else. Because over time, when you do this exercise, you always come back to what you experienced during a previous exercise and connects it to this one, so you builds upon it. Like learning in itself, this is a learning process of a deeper understanding, but it's also a very simple exercise for triggering what we call the 4th level of listening, the 4th level of dialogue, that we call generative dialogue. So when we do this, we come together in a small group of people, then we break out into breakout rooms of 2, 3 or 4, or sometimes 5 people, but mostly the preferable size is around 3 people. And we take turns talking about this, and refrain from using any personal pronouns like you and I. So we talk in 3rd person about every subject and every topic. And then we try to listen actively while the other people talk, and we usually talk 1 minute each in a 12-minute round. So with 3 people, there are 4 rounds each, and we talk about this. And then what happens during this simple exercise is that we usually go into this flow state where we generate new ideas and connections, what the thing mean that nobody knew before going into the room. So I didn't learn it for someone else, and I didn't teach what I learned for someone else, but something emerged. That's what we call we generated a new insight that nobody had before. That's why we call it the generative dialogue. There's all kind of learning where I tell you something that you learn, but I knew it before coming into the room, and you knew exact almost what that meant to you going out, but we didn't generate any new insight between us. That's why generative dialogue. And this exercise has made me think very clearly about all the things I've been talking about tonight and connected them to each other. So I invite you to, if you're not part of it, we will do this tomorrow night, 10 p.m. 22 hour 100 hours Swedish time. We will do a Glassbit Games on what is a future village. That is just one part of a long series of these types of exercises where we generate deeper insight of what is it to be human and alive today. I invite you to that, and I invite you to take part in the complex dialogue about the model I just described tonight or the earlier conversation I had with Christopher, James Olish, or Sheridan or Carla as well. So that's all for me, all summed up in this simple explanation of everything. And I will, of course, you can delve so much deeper in every subject that I just touched upon in this explanation model. But that's for the future. That's to come in the future. Thank you everyone for staying with me for so long. I'm running 4 hours in this live stream, and I will end with the jingle like I promised Stellan here. So I will transfer this here. I will transfer this here. I will start my share screen here. I will share screen too. So goodbye everyone.
We are creating the world we're now living in. We are competing in. We are repeating in. We are believing in. It's time for us to shift our mind from best in the world to best for the world. Make decisions intentional, to take decisions intentional, making decisions intentional. Make decisions intentional, to take decisions intentional, making decisions intentional. It creates a new world to mind a shift, intentionality, perceptuality, conceptuality. We are choosing to shift our mind to best for the world, best for our world. Make decisions intentional, to take decisions intentional, making decisions intentional. Make decisions intentional, to take decisions intentional, making decisions intentional.